You are holding on to that dream. You have a choice today to go up or stay down. Now is the time to take the first step to the top. With quality review materials that produce born top-notchers and thousands of board passers across professions.
Today, let's discuss
In dynamic, innovative, and interactive review delivery, ensuring an excellent, balanced, relevant, and comprehensive review experience. Extending support beyond review, and celebrating victories together as one family. What you choose today determines your success. So make that powerful decision.
Welcome to the top.
Choose to be the top with top rank.
So one thing na na-help sa'kin ng top rank talaga is that confidence. Nung pumasok ko, yun talaga yung hinahanap ko sa top rank, eh. Kasi I always question myself and yun yung nagiging breaking point ko lagi. Imagine all those exams na every time na sobrang hirap, you try even harder. Tapos next exam, mas mahirap ulit. So you try harder again. So by the time na magpi-PNLE na, parang, okay, give it to me, I can do it.
Very holistic po sila approach. Hindi lang po mentally, ano rin po sila sa physically, spiritually, and emotionally po. Tulad po sa stress management na po.
Sa top rank kasi na-realize ko, there's so much more to learn. Every single day na nakaupo ko sa harap ng lecturers sa top rank, they've given me knowledge na nakuha nila from their experiences as nurse. Iba kasi yung top rank, parang pag naririnig ko siya, very, very welcoming. Tapos, yung lecturers, very engaging sa students. And then, ayun, parang everybody really cared na kailangan makapasa tayo. Nagmo-motivate kami sa isa't isa. And then, ayun, basta pag top rank, iba talaga siya. As in, ibang level. So, never ako nag-regret na nag-top rank.
Naniniwala po ako na lahat ng student may potential. Top rank was there to harness me to the fullest extent of my abilities. From giving me top-notch lecturers, top-notch materials, environment, it never came short of providing me what is the best there is for me to improve myself and to help me achieve this goal.
Top rank po kasi mag-e-enjoy ka talaga. Ang naging review ko po sa top rank is fun, enjoyable, habang natututo ka ng maraming learnings. So, minsan gigising ako in the morning, parang tinatamad ako, bad trip ako, ganyan. Then, ma-realize ko, ay teka, funny yung prof ko Parang gusto ko ma-enjoy tong araw na 'to. So, ang gagawin ko, papasok po ako ng top rank, then uuwi ako, good vibes na ako. Ang dami ko pang natutunan.
Out of everyone na nag-take ng board exam, ako po yung top 1. Hindi pa rin po nagsi-sink in totally. Bale yung mom ko po yung pinaka-inspiration ko po. Kasi, siya po yung reason kung bakit gusto ko po maging successful.
Sobrang proud ako na hindi ko ma-express yung feelings ko kung ano yun. Na hindi nga, that night, hindi ako nakatulog. Pero ngayon, same pa rin, para pa rin akong naka-float. Kala ko sa TV ko lang mapapanood. Naranasan ko pala ngayon na kahit sa kabila ng mga experience mo ng mga hardships, meron din pala talagang hope na pwede kang mag-top of all.
Thank you po.
Ha?
Thank you. Hindi ko po din akalain na magta-top 1 ako, pero sa tulong po ng top rank, nakamit ko po.
Dear Lord, we thank you for the gift of life today. You allow us to have another day to praise you and see your glory. Thank you for the love and protection, especially this time of pandemic. Bless us, Father, with your wisdom as we begin our class. Help us to focus our hearts and minds on what we are about to learn. Inspire us by your Holy Spirit as we think and listen. Guide us by your eternal light as we discover more about the world around us. Lord, we thank you and let your will be done in our lives. We ask all this in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Of different schools we start, of a single name made apart. The clash of battle is sweet to hear. Right now when victory is near, excellence is our only standard to outshine the rest. With a great mind and compassionate heart, a home that trained us to be the best we can be. All that we learned at Top Rank Review Academy. We shout with pride and hands up high as victors our dreams shall soar to the sky. The trained us to be the best we can be. Soar to the sky. We learn that you want the Top Rank Review Academy. Soar to the sky.
모든 게 궁금해질 때 Tell me, oh yeah, oh yeah, ah yeah, ah yeah. 뭐가 널 행복하게 하는 듯이 text me oh yeah oh yeah oh yeah oh yeah your every picture 내 머리만 듣고 싶어 Come be my teacher 네 모든 걸 다 가르쳐줘 You want your tongue Listen to my baby 나는 저 하늘을 높이 날고 있어 네가 내게 잡은 눈에 그려 이제 여기 너무 높아 난 내 눈에 널 맞추고 싶어 Yeah, you make it me your boy with love Oh my 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 oh my 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 Faded all my life 내 전부 함께 하고 싶어 Oh my 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 oh my 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 Looking for something right 이제 조금은 나 알겠어 I want something stronger That a moment love I have waited longer For a boy with love
알게 되니 후연 내 삶은 on top 너여 관계 섭섭하지 않게 만들어버린 너라는 백 하나부터 열까지 모든 게 특별하지 너의 관심사 걸음걸이 말투와 사소한 작은 습관들 같이 난 말했지 너무 작다 내가 영웅이 된 거라고 난 말했지 운명 따윈 전부터 내게 아니었다고 세계의 평화 거대한 질서 그저 널 지켜봐 날
Listen to my baby 나는 저 하늘을 높이 날고 있어 그저 네가 내게 조금 편하게 이제 여기 너무 높아 난 내 눈에 널 맞추고 싶어 Yeah, you make it me your boy with love Oh my 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 oh my 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 You get me high so fast 내 전부 함께 하고 싶어 Oh my 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 oh my 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 You get me fly so fast 이제 조금은 나 알겠어 Love is nothing stronger You're my boy with love Love is nothing stronger You're my boy with love
까놓고 말하기에 나도 모르게 힘이 들어가기도 했어 높아버린 스카 커져버린 헛 때론 도망치게 해달라며 기도했어 But 너의 상처는 나의 상처 깨달았을 때 나 다짐했던 걸 네가 준 이 그 후세 나에게로 태양이 아닌 너에게로 Let me fly
Oh my 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 oh my 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 I faded all my life 내 전부 함께 하고 싶어 Oh my 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 oh my 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 Looking for something right 이제 조금은 나 알겠어 I want something stronger Than a moment love Love is nothing stronger You're my boy with love 솔직간에 내게 사실 I do my thing I love myself I love myself I love my fellow my face and my world 내 손안에 몇십 명 백 명의 내가 있어 오늘도 다른 날 맞이해 어차피 전부 다 나에게 고민보다는 내 달리는 Running man running man running man 뭘 어쩌고 저쩌고 떠들어오는 Talk I do what I do 그게 넌 너나 잘하셔 You can't stop me loving myself You can't stop me loving myself You can't stop me loving I'm so fine wherever I go 가끔 멀리 돌아가도 It's okay I'm in love with myself It's okay 이 순간 행복해 You can stop me loving myself You can stop me loving We were good, we were gold, kind of dream that can't be sold. We were right till we weren't, built a home and watched it burn. I didn't wanna leave you, I didn't wanna lie. Started to cry, but then remembered I can buy myself flowers, write my name in the sand, talk to myself for hours, say things you don't understand. I can take myself dancing, and I can hold my own head. Yeah, I can love me better than you can. Can love me better, I can love me better. Baby, can love me better, I can love me better. Paint my nails cherry red, match the roses that you laid. No remorse, no regret, I forgive every word you say. Ooh, I didn't wanna leave, babe, I didn't wanna fight. Started to cry, but then remembered I can buy myself flowers, write my name in the sand, talk to myself for hours, yeah, say things you don't understand. I can take myself dancing, yeah, I can hold my own head, yeah, I can love me better than you can. Can love me better, I can love me better, baby. Can love me better, I can love me better, baby. Can love me better, I can love me better, baby. Can love me better, I didn't wanna leave you, I didn't wanna fight. Started to cry, but then remembered I can buy myself flowers, write my name in the sand, talk to myself for hours, yeah, say things you don't understand. I can take myself dancing, yeah, I can hold my own hand, yeah, I can love me better than, yeah, I can love me
choose you. When punctures come to kill the king upon his throne, I'm ready for their stones. I'll dance, dance, dance with my hands, hands, hands above my head, head, head. Like Jesus said, I'm gonna dance, dance, dance with my hands, hands, hands above my head. Dance together, forgive him before he's dead, because I won't cry for you. I won't crucify the things you do. I won't cry for you. See, when you're gonna still be bloody Mary. We are not just art for Michelangelo to carve. He can't rewrite the aggro of my fury heart. I wait on mountaintops in Paris, going to Palmr to serve. I'll dance, dance, dance with my hands, hands, hands above my head, head, head. Like Jesus said, I'm gonna dance, dance, dance with my hands, hands, hands above my head. Dance together, forgive him before he's dead, because I won't cry for you. I won't crucify the things you do. I won't cry for you. See, when you're gonna still be bloody Dum dum da da da, dum dum da 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 da. Dum dum da da, dum dum da da, dum dum da 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 da. Dum dum da da. I won't cry for you. I won't crucify the things you do. I won't cry for you. See, when you're gonna still be bloody Mary.
Till the sun comes back, I need a big boy hottie. Makes his own heat with his big boy body. For the next 3 months, skinny boys instead. Forget a six pack, I need the whole damn keg. Big boy, with a big old dick. A California king, refrigerator stack. With steaks on steaks on steaks on steaks on steaks. Butter, bacon, cheese, and lasagna in the tray. Need an enormous man with an enormous hand. He feeds me snacks with his enormous hands. And I hope he asks me to be his winter wife. Cause messing with a big boy will change your life. Polar bear arms keeps me warm in the winter snowstorm. When chill is fighting, but his jacket's unzipped. He bring in my groceries in just one trip. Till the sun comes.
Good morning, nurses. Rinig niyo po ako. Morning po. Ayan. Magre-remind lang po ako, nurses. Mamaya po, pagpasok ni Attorney Kapili, gusto po ni Attorney, naka-open cam po kayo. Kasi po, ayaw po ni Attorney na magturo ng konti po yung naka-open cam. Kaya nagre-require po si Attorney Kapili na mag-open cam po kayong lahat. Ayun lang naman po. Thank you.
Like I need a big boy hottie. Makes his own heat with his big boy body. For the next 3 months, skinny boys is dead. Forget a six pack, I need the whole damn keg. Big boy. With a big old thing. A California king, refrigerator stack. With steaks on steaks on steaks on steaks on steaks. Butter, bacon, cheese, and lasagna in the tray. Need an enormous stand with an enormous stand. He feeds me snacks with his enormous hands. And I hope he asks me to be his winter wife. Cause messing with a big boy will change your life. It's girlfriend season. All the girls on season to get a big boy. I need a big boy. Give me a big boy. It's girlfriend season. Now we got no reason to get a big boy. I want a big boy. Give me a big, big, big boy.
Hello po ulit, nurse. Last na po. Bali, magre-remind na ulit. Hindi po nagbibigay si Attorney Kapili ng handouts. Kahit yung mga last lecture, hindi po siya nagbibigay ng handouts. Wala din po kayong pre-test, post-test. Bali, ang meron lang po kayong test kay Attorney Kapili is workbook lang po. Okay po. Ulitin ko po ha, wala pong handouts na binibigay si Attorney Kapili. Kaya kailangan nyo pong mag-take down notes po. Ayun lang po. Thank you.
When you get here, don't you say a word. Got no time to play. I know you think that you know me, but you ain't even seen my dark side. It's what's left for you only. So baby, do it right, do me right. We can go over time. We can move fast, then rewind. When you put your body on mine and collide, collide. Could be one of those nights, but we don't turn off the lights. Wanna see your body on mine and collide, collide. Baby, it's all yours if you want me, all yours if you want me. Put it down if you want me tonight. It's all yours if you want me, all yours if you want me. Put it down if you want me. Let's collide.
Waking up, she on it. Good love in the morning. Get on top, my cojones. I pleasure you for the moment. This don't come with no warranty. You want it but can't afford it. My world is different than yours. Your opinion of me is glory, glorifying in all these formats. Back to future and DeLorean, you ain't used to feeling this important. Cars imported, girls imported, insubordinate, get deported. Baby, check my inventory, got a whole lot in store for you. Birkin bags, purple tags, I can put a whole lot of shit on blast. Vera Wang, Balenciaga, baby, you ain't never too fly for that. I talk a lot of shit, cause I can back it up. She know I'm the shit, so baby, back it up.
We can go overtime, we can move fast, then rewind. When you put your body on mine, collide. It could be one of those nights, but we don't turn off the lights. Wanna see your body on mine, collide. Baby, it's all yours if you want me, all yours if you want me. Put it down if you want me tonight. It's all yours if you want me, all yours if you want me. Put it down if you want me. Let's collide. I know that this is love every touch, boy. You got my heart, and can't nobody make me feel like you do, boy, like you do. We can go overtime, we can move fast, then rewind. When you put your body on mine and collide. It could be one of those nights, but we don't turn off the lights. Wanna see your body on mine and collide. Baby, it's all yours if you want me, all yours if you want me. Put it down if you want me tonight. It's all yours if you want me, all yours if you want me. Put it down if you want me. Let's collide. I'm still a fan even though it's salty. Hate to see you with some other, but know you happy. Hate to see you happy if I'm not the one driving. I'm so mature, I'm so mature, I'm so mature. It got me a therapist to tell me there's other men I ain't doing one night, and I just want you. If I can't have you, no one should. I might kill my ex, not the best idea. His new girlfriend's next, how I get here. I might kill my ex, I still love him though. Rather be in jail than alone. I get the sense that it's a lost cause. I get the sense that you might really love her. This text gon' be evidence, this text is evidence. I try to ration with you, no word is a crime of passion. But damn, you was out of reach. You was at the farmer's market with your perfect peach. Now I'm in the basement, planning on my patient. Now you laying face down, got me singing over a beat. I'm so mature, I'm so mature, I'm so mature. I got me a therapist to tell me there's other men I ain't doing one night, and I just want you. If I can't have you, no one will. I might kill my ex, not the best idea. His new girlfriend's next, how'd I get here? I might kill my ex, I still love him though. Rather be in jail than alone. I did it all for love, I did it all on no drugs. I did all of this sober, I did it all for us. I did it all for love, I did all of this on no drugs. I did all of this sober, don't you know I did it all for us. I just killed my ex, not the best idea. Killed his girlfriend next, how'd I get here? I just killed my ex, I still love him though. Rather be in hell than alone.
Sleezing and teasing, I'm sitting on him. All of my diamonds are dripping on him. I met him at the bar, I was 12 or something. I ordered 2 more wines, cause tonight I want him. A little context if you care to listen. I find myself in a shit position. The man that I love sat me down last night and he told me that it's over, done decision. And I don't wanna feel how my heart is ripping. In fact, I don't wanna feel I stick to sipping, and I'm out on the town with a simple mission. In my little black dress, and the shit is sitting. Just a heartbroken bitch, high heel, 6-inch in the back of the nightclub, sipping champagne. I don't trust any of these bitches I'm with. In the back of the taxi, sniffing cocaine. Drunk calls, drunk texts, drunk tears, drunk sex. I was looking for a man who was on the same page. Back to the intro, back to the bar, to the Bentley, to the hotel, to my old way. 'Cause I don't wanna feel how I did last night. I don't wanna feel how I did last night. Doctor, anything please. Doctor, have mercy on me. Take this pain away. Just give me my symptoms, doctor. I don't wanna feel. Toke this joint, how I'm blowing this steam. Back to my ways like 2019. No, 24 hours since my ex did dead. I got a new man on me, it's about to get sweaty. Last night really was the cherry on the cake. Been some dark days lately and I'm finding it crippling. Excuse my state, I'm as high as your hopes that you'll make it to my bed. Get me hot and sizzling. If I take a step back to see the glass half full, at least it's the Prada 2-piece that I'm tripping in. And I'm already acting like a dick, know what I mean? So you might as well stick it. Just a heartbroken bitch, high heel, 6-inch in the back of the nightclub, sipping champagne. I don't trust any of these bitches I'm with. In the back of the taxi, sniffing cocaine. Drunk calls, drunk texts, drunk tears, drunk sex. I was looking for a man who was on the same page. Back to the intro, back to the bar, to the Bentley, to the hotel, to my old way. 'Cause I don't wanna feel how I did last night. I don't wanna feel how I did last night. Anything please. Have mercy on me and take this pain away. Just give me my symptoms, doctor. I don't wanna feel. You said I wanna feel like I felt last night. I don't wanna feel like I felt last night. Yeah, peace with the things you can't change. I was naked when I leave, and I was naked when I came. Out of reach, out of touch, too numb, I don't feel no way. So stuck, so what? Street small, but it go both ways. So, you're wrong, yeah, you never escape. Sunset in the bay. Give me my symptoms, doctor, I don't wanna feel. Lipstick smudged like dunno. I don't know where the fuck I am or who's driving the fucking car. Speeding down the highway, sipping, mixing pills with the liquor car. Fuck these fins. I left everyone I love on red. Spilling secrets to a stranger in my bed. I remember nothing, so there's nothing to regret. Then this 4/4 kick drum pounding in my head.
Girl, she got married to a boy like you. She'd kick you out if she ever knew about all the you tell me that you do. Dirty, dirty boy. You know everyone is talking on the scene. I hear them whispering about the places that you've been and how you don't know how to keep your business clean. Mommy, don't go, daddy's getting hot at the body shop, doing something unholy. He sat back while she's dropping it. She be
you wanna drop the attic. Give me love, give me Fendi, my Balenciaga daddy. You gon' need to bag it up, cause I'm spending on Rodeo. You can wish me back it up, I'll be gone in the AM. And he got me Prada, get me Miu Miu like Rihanna. He always call me cause I never cause no drama. And when you want it, baby, I know I got you covered. And when you need it, baby, just jump under the covers.
Take a look inside your heart, is there any room for me? I won't have to hold my breath till you get down on one knee. Because you only want to hold me when I'm looking good enough. Did you ever fool me, would you ever picture us? Every time I pull my hair out, was only out of fear that you'll find me ugly and one day you'll disappear. Cause what's the point of crying, it was never even enough. Did you ever want me, was I ever good enough? But boys are liar, but boys are liar. He doesn't see her, you're not looking at me, boy. But boys are liar, but boys are liar. He doesn't see her, you're not looking at me, boy.
He say that I'm good enough, cover my think about shit that I shouldn't know. So I tell him it's one of me, he making fun of me. His girl is a bum to me, like that boy is a cap. Saying he home, but I know where he at. Like, bet he blowing her back. Think about me, cause he know that it's fat. And it been what it been. Calling his phone like he'll send me a pin. Ducking my shit cause he know what I'm on. But when he hit me, I'm not gonna respond. But I don't sleep enough without you, and I can't eat enough without you. If you don't speak, does that mean we're through? Don't like sneaky shit that you do.
But boys are liar, but boys are liar. He doesn't see her, you're not looking at me, boy. But boys are liar, but boys are liar. He doesn't see her, you're not looking at me, boy. Good enough, good enough, good enough, good enough, good enough, good enough, good
Feels like I'm screaming to the dead. Blindfolded, I walk across the chessboard, not mindful of my steps. Cigarettes in a vacuum choking. Main lines leave the tattoos broken. Passerby in the back room joking, cackling none the wiser. Mom and dad were drunk somewhere, they forgot to supervise you. Not knowing dirty deeds and rehab stints were just on the horizon. Hedonism is pervasive. When your plastic life need a facelift, feels like I'm doomed to be wasted. God damn it, man, I could taste it, I could taste it. My foot on the pedal, my head on the gun. Most doomed to live fast, but I won't die young. The people you know and the places you from must fall by the wayside for you to become. My foot on the pedal, my hand on the gun. Most doomed to live fast, but I won't die young. The people you know and the places you're from must fall by the wayside for you to become. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Why do we stand still when we're older? Time to pack it in, time to fold up. I just wanna know what's the hold up. I'm here in spite of myself. I'm drowning, I know you can't tell. Hungover outside the hotel. Dreams in bags, I just buy what they sell. I'm lying to live and I'm living the lie. My mind on fire, I tell you I'm fine. I walk the line, deeper and deeper until suicide. But I will not die, I'm way too alive. Hedonism is pervasive. When you plastic life need a facelift. Feels like I'm doomed to be wasted. But goddamn it, man, I could taste it, I could taste it. My foot on the pedal, my head on the gun. Most doomed to live fast, but I won't die young. The people you know and the places you're from must fall by the wayside for you to become. My foot on the pedal, my head on the gun. Most doomed to live fast, but I won't die young. The people you know and the places you're from must fall by the wayside for you to become.
Fuck you, any mom, any sister, any job, any broke ass car, and that's shit you call art. Fuck you, any friends that I'll never see again. Everybody but your dog, you can all fuck off. I swear I meant to mean the best when it ended. Even tried to bite my tongue when you started shit. Now you're texting all my friends, asking questions. They never even liked you in the first place. Dated a girl that I hate for the attention. She only made it 2 days, what a connection. It's like you'd do anything for my affection. You're going all about it in the worst ways. I was into you, but I'm over it now. And I was trying to be nice, but nothing's getting through, so let me spell it out. A, B, C, D, E, F. You and your mom and your sister and your job and your broke ass car, and that shit you call art. Fuck you and your friends that I'll never see again. Everybody but your dog, you can all fuck off. Na 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 na. A, B, C, D, E, F. You said you just needed space, and so I gave it. When I had nothing to say, you couldn't take it. Told everyone I'm a bitch, so I became it. Always had to put yourself above me. I was into you, but I'm over it now. And I was trying to be nice, but nothing's getting through, so let me spell it out. A, B, C, D, E, F. You and your mom and your sister and your job and your Craigslist couch and the way your voice sounds. Fuck you and your friends that I'll never see again. Everybody but your dog, you can all fuck off. Na 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 na. A, B, C, D, E, F. Na 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 na. A, B, C, D, E, F. You and your mom and your sister and your job and your broke ass car, and that shit you call art. Fuck you and your friends that I'll never see again. Everybody but your dog, you can all fuck off. Girl, don't flex with the boy, your body's a matin'. She wanna roll with the man, then when I drop, you know it's an anthem. Oof. Girl, you wanna play with a big playboy like me. Girl, you wanna play with a big playboy like me. Oof. Girl, don't flex with a boy, your body's a matin'.
She wanna roll with the man them when I drop, you know it's an anthem. Girl, you wanna play with a big playboy like me? Girl, you wanna play with a big playboy like me? Pull up in the club with all my G's. When we outside, it's an all-night thing. Yeah, them start to shake when I call my name. Don't play with a boy like me. Who you else know live a life like this? LA to Houston to NYC. I'm always on the road, and me on more road. Don't play with a guy like this. I like Shayo, I know like Donna. One Hennessy for my Ghana. Give me some more, give me some Jada. So many hoes, time I think I'm a farmer. I like Shayo, I know like Donna. One Hennessy for my Ghana. Give me some more, give me some Jada. So many hoes, time I think I'm a farmer. Yeah. Girl, don't flex with the boy, your body's a matting. She wanna roll with a man, then when I drop, you know it's an anthem. Oof. Girl, you wanna play with a big playboy like me? Girl, you wanna play with a big playboy like me? Oof. Girl, don't flex with the boy, your body's a matting. She wanna roll with a man, then when I drop, you know it's an anthem.
Good morning. Sige po, kindly turn on your cams. This is one of my rules during online classes. Especially those you naka-pure online, you choose pure online. So you have to turn on your cameras. Okay, so para matulungan mo din ang sarili mo, you're at the comforts of your home. Nurses, makikita mo yung kama mo, yung sofa ninyo, tukso yan. So para hindi ka nurses maantukin, para hindi makatulog, para maintindihan yung pinag-aaralan natin, nurses, turn on your cameras. For those who do not have unstable connection, I would understand. Pero kung stable ang connection mo, paki-on mo yung camera mo, tulungan mo iyong sarili. Maliwanag tayo dyan, ha? Utilize also your chat box because at nurses kahit online to, I want the discussion to be interactive. Sige, good morning everybody. Sige, before we start, I would like to introduce myself first. I am attorney Arlene Carampel Capili. I am a registered nurse. Nursing is my pre-law course. I am a practicing lawyer. I have my own law firm here in Quezon City. Dito sa may Matalino Street, sa likod ng City Hall. I am the managing partner of that law firm. I usually handle criminal cases. Although maraming cases sa law office namin, may corporate, may labor, may civil cases. So halo-halo. But most of the time I handle criminal cases. And most of the time I handle the accused. So usually, mga defense ang hinahawakan ko. I'm also a law professor. I teach basic legal ethics. That is a bar subject. I also teach legal medicine. Legal medicine. Huwag na kayong mag-ano na kung mahina nga yung signal ninyo. Sinasabi ko na nga sa inyo, Diyos ko may nagdi-direct message ba? If you have stable internet connection, turn on your cam. Kung mabagal ang internet connection mo, wala akong magagawa dyan. Sinabi lang, I would understand. No need to explain. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Diyos ko, dinidiem pa ako. Naluloka ako. Oh, anyway, so I also teach legal medicine. Legal medicine is your malpractice negligence. So if there is one person who has authority to discuss with you the difference between malpractice and negligence, ako yun. Nagkakaintindihan. I teach that in law school. I also teach legal writing, how to write pleadings, para pag naging abogado na yung law student, hindi nakakaya yung pleading na pinapasa nila sa court. And of course, right now, I'm teaching agency, trust, and partnership. Okay? So legal na, that's part of civil law. Okay? So that's also coming out of the bar. Sino po ditong kapuso? Matanong ko, sino pong kapuso dito? Kapuso? Kapuso? Wala? Nakakapanood naman kayo ng TV. Nakapanood naman. Utilize your chat box. Nakapanood naman ng TV. Nakapanood ng 24 oras. Paminsan-minsan aksidenteng nalilipat. Yes, naririnig si Aubrey Carampel. Updated sa showbiz happening. Naririnig. Yes, she's my sister. Parang may pagdududa ka pang hayop ka. She's my sister. I'm older than her, but she looks more older. Ganon ha? I'm 4 years old. Okay? Nurses, I have 2 kids. Dalawa na yung anak ko. My eldest is 21. He just graduated last year. He's turning 22 this April. He just graduated last year, USC cum laude. My youngest is 15. He's grade 9 at UP. Okay? So dalawa na po yung anak ko. So I'll be teaching Palmr. This is professional adjustment leadership management research. But I have to be very honest. This subject is very boring. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag. This subject is very boring. Isa po ito sa mga subject nurse so nag-aaral ka na tinakasan mo. Kung hindi mo man tinakasan, tinulugan mo. Kung hindi mo man tinulugan, ang ginawa mo lang dito, nakipadaldalan ka lang sa mga kaklase mo. In short, isa po ito sa mga subject na wala kang matandaan. But the problem is, in the actual board exam, is this one of the favorites of the BON? Again, is this one of the favorites of the BON? Yes, lumalabas ng NP1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. In short, pagkaupong pa lang in the actual board exam, NP1, until the last day of your exam, NP5, may Palmr dyan. If you're going to add up all of the items from NP1 to NP5, this is actually more than 100 items. At minsan nga, this is 60 to 70% of the board. In short, majority of the questions in the board exam will be Palmr. So if you want to do good in the board, you have to do good in this subject. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayo? Ang problema, wala kang matandaan. Do you agree? Yes or no? Yes. So lang in the actual board, it's easier to answer MS questions in the board exam nurse. Why? Because in MS, once you already know the pathophysiology of the disease, kahit paano ka pa ikut-ikutin ng BON mo sa board, you can answer MS questions. Ito nurse, kung pwede ko lang ito ipathophysiology, pinathophysiology ko na. But that's very impossible. So what is the best thing I can offer? The best thing I can offer with you are mnemonics. Mnemonics. Bukod sa mnemonics na binibigay ko, nagbibigay din po ako ng sagot. Nagbibigay din po ako ng sagot. Question, pag sinabi kong sagot, mag-iisip ka pa ba? Pag sinabi kong sagot, mag-iisip ka pa ba? Hindi na. Hahanapin mo na lang ba? Yes. At bukod po sa sagot na binibigay ko, nagbibigay din po ako ng kapangyarihan. Yung iba akala nagjo-joke ako, nagbibigay po ako ng kapangyarihan. Pag sinabi kong kapangyarihan mo to, in the actual board exam, ito mismo, yung paboritong nurses, itanong ng BON mo. At pag sinabi kong kapangyarihan mo to, ito lang ang basis ng sagot, wala nang iba. Yun nga lang, may condition po ako sa pagbibigay ko ng kapangyarihan. Anong condition ko? Ang kapangyarihan ko po, ibinabato ko. In short, kung ibabato ko ang kapangyarihan ko, anong gagawin mo? Sasaluhin. Paano mo sasaluhin? Ganun. Bilisan mo, bilisan mo, bilisan mo. Kasi mabilis yung kapangyarihan ko. Maliwanag po tayo. Maliwanag. Yes. Sige. Practice tayo. Practice. O ganun talaga. Para umaga pa lang, dumadaloy na yung dugo dyan sa utak mo. Umaga pa lang, nurses, dumadaloy na yung dugo dyan sa katawan mo. Umaga pa lang, gising ka na, receptive ka na. Maliwanag tayo. Maliwanag. Yes. O isa po pa ng paalala ha, may lahi din po akong Bisaya. May lahi po akong Bisaya. My dad is from Negros. Pero marami kami kamag-anak sa Cebu, Bohol, Bandayan, sa Davao, Cagayan de Oro, Iligan, Zamboanga, Dipolog. In short, nagkalat po yung lahi namin. At dahil may lahi po akong Bisaya, may lahi din po akong Mangkukulam, may lahi po akong Mambabarang, at may dala po akong sumpa. Ano po yung sumpang dala-dala ko? Ang kumukontra po sa akin, 30 times na bumabagsak sa board exam. O question, kukontra ka ba? Kukontra ka ba? Hindi. O sige, taas ang kamay. Taas. Kasasabi ko lang. Practice tayo, practice. Taas, taas. Taas, oy. Taas, taas. Oy, Jelly Ann, taas ang kamay. Taas. Sige ba? Taas ang kamay. Oh, ready tayo ha? Ready. Ready. 1, 2, 3. Ay, Diyos ko, yung iba ang bagal. Sinabing saluhin mo, bilisan mo, bilisan mo, bilisan mo. Kasi nga mabilis nga yung kapangyarihan ko. Isa ba, isa ba. Taas ang kamay. Sasabunutan ko yung mga bulbul nyo. Taas. Taas, taas, taas. Oy, Agustin. Taas ang kamay. O, yan. Ready. Ready tayo, ha? Ready. 1, 2, 3. Yan! O nurses, isa lang pong paalala ha, ang kapangyarihan ko po hindi po nilulunok. Hayop ka. Pag nilunok mo yan, baka pagdating ng board, hindi mo mailuwa. So anong gagawin mo? Pagkakuha mo ng kapangyarihan ko, saksak mo agad sa utak mo. Kuha, saksak. Kuha, saksak. Nagkakaintindihan tayo. Maliwanag. O sige, taas ang kamay. Taas, taas, taas. Saksak agad sa utak ha, bilisan mo. Okay. Ready? Ready tayo ha? Ready. 1, 2, 3. Ay, Diyos ko, yung iba hindi alam ang gagawin. Isaksak mo nga kaagad sa utak mo. Nakakaloka ka. O, isa ba, isa ba? Taas ang kamay. Taas. Saksak agad sa utak. Taas, taas. O, ready. Ready. 1, 2, 3. O, yan. Inuulit ko ha. Ibibigay ko yan kung saan pinakamaraming lumalabas sa board. Maliwanag. Maliwanag po. Yes. So for today, we'll be discussing nurses leadership and management. Again, leadership and management is one of the most recent subjects that you had before you graduate. Itong LM, today until tomorrow to ha, medyo mahaba po yung LM ko. Yung prof ad ko, integrated sa discussion. Maliwanag, nurses. Tapos after your leadership and management, we will go to research. Maliwanag po tayo. Hindi lang, magbaba lang ako ng mga kamay. Sige. Again, so leadership and management, nurse, is one of the most recent subjects that you had before you graduate. But question, kahit pinaka-recent ito, nurses, wala ka pa rin bang matandaan? Yes or no? Yes, why? Nurses, why? Correct me if I'm wrong. Kasi ang madalas mong mga bukang bibig ng mga teacher nyo, ng mga CI nyo, nung nagdi-discuss ng LE, ang lagi nilang sinasabi, if you are the head nurse, if you are the supervisor, if you are the chief nurse, ano mentality ng estudyante? Ang mentality ng estudyante, ba't kailangan ko yun pag-aralan? Pagka-graduate ko naman, hindi naman ako agad head nurse, hindi naman ako agad supervisor, at baka nga hindi ako agad sa ospital magtrabaho. Mababa ang sweldo. Doon muna ako sa nurses call center. So tendency, you did not focus. Nagkakaintindihan. Ang problema, paborito po ba siya ng BON? Yes or no? Yes. So for you to understand really what is leadership and management, you have to know first the difference between management and leadership. So let's start off by defining first management. Now, what is management, nurse? Pag sinabi nating management daw is an art. This is an art of getting things done. This is an art of getting things done. Pag sinabi kong getting things done, meaning, do you want to accomplish something? Do you want to accomplish something? Yes. Do you want to finish something? Yes. Yun nga lang, sabi dito, management is an art. Question, if we're talking about art, bawat isa sa inyo dito, do you have the same perception when it comes to art? Do you have the same perception when it comes to art? No, di ba? Nurses, very good example. Magkakaiba kayo ng concept ng art. Very good example. Punta tayo nurses sa school ninyo. Sa school niyo may groupings kayo, tama? Yes. Now, question is, nurses, may leader kayo, tama? Yes. Nurses, nag-case ba kayo, tama? Yes. Question now is, bawat leader ng bawat group, pare-parehas po ba ang style nila in finishing the case presentation? No. So therefore, nag-aaral ka pa lang. Your leader is already performing management. Pero ano bang sabi dito? Sabi dito, it is an art of getting things done with and through the people. Pag sinabi natin with and through the people, ibig sabihin, gumagamit ba ng tao? Yes. Very good example. Parang katulad niya, nurses. Nung nag-case ba kayo, tanong, leader lang bang gumawa? Nung case pa rin nyo, leader lang bang gumawa? No. Inutusan ka ba? Yes. Ginamit ka ba? Yes. Therefore, gumamit ba ng tao? Yes. So therefore, that is already management. But in the board, what do I want you to remember about management? Sabi dito, it is an art of getting things done with and through the people so that the goals of the organization can be achieved. Again, so that the goals of the organization can be achieved. In short, if we're talking about management, ano daw ang focus ng management? Everybody, ano daw ang focus ng management? Goals. Again, ang focus ng management? Goals. In short, if we're talking about management, is management always about reaching your goals? Yes. Is it always about goal realization? Yes. Is it all about rich nurses? Goal accomplishment? Yes or no? Yes. Kaya tip in the board exam. If we're talking about management sa board, definition of management, description of management, purpose of doing management, basta management ang tanong. Ano lang ang sagot? Goals. Again, ano lang ang sagot? Goals. In short, any optioners that talks about the goals, that will always be the best answer. Ulitin ko, sagot na ba yan? Sagot na ba yan? Yes. Pag sinabi kong sagot, mag-iisip ka pa ba? Hindi na. Hahanapin na lang ba? Yes. O utang na loob ha? Nagsisimula pa lang tayo, binibigyan ko na kayo ng sagot. May isa ka ng sagot, buwisit ka, 499 na lang, nagkakaintindihan ba? May kausap ako. Okay? So ulitin natin. Basta management ang tanong. Ano lang ang sagot? Goals. Any option that talks about the goals, is that always the best answer? Yes or no? Yes. Ulitin natin. Is management always about goal accomplishment? Yes. Is it about reaching your goals? Yes. Is it about goal realization? So ulitin ko nga, if you will be asked about management, definition of management, description of management, purpose of doing management, or if you will be asked about the different functions of management, your functions of management includes planning, organizing, directing, controlling, basta management ang tanong. Ano lang ang sagot? Goals. Again, ano lang ang sagot? Goals. So, natin, sagot na ba yan? Yes. Pag saan kong sagot, mag-iisip ka pa ba? No. Hahanapin na lang ba? Yes. O sabi natin, o makinig, sabi natin, nag-aaral ka pa lang, may management na. Do you agree? Yes. O question, sa bahay, may management ba? Sa bahay, may management ba? Yes. Tanong, sino nagmamanage sa bahay? Sino nagmamanage sa bahay? Si nanay. Do you agree? O very good example. Very good example, nurse. Kunyari, ang goal ni nanay, makapagluto ng hapunan. Kunyari, ang goal ni nanay, makapagluto ng hapunan. At ang gusto niyang iluto, adobo. Adobo. O ngayon, tanungin ko kayo. Bawat isa sa mga nanay ninyo, pare-parehas ba ang style nila sa pagluluto ng adobo? Hindi. May mga nanay na pag nagluto ng adobo, sama-sama na lahat ng sahog. Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes. Yung iba naman, sinasangkot siya muna sa bawang sibuyas. Tama ba? Yes. Yung iba naman, piniprito pa. Do you agree? Yes. Yung iba naman, pag nag-adobo, adobong tuyo. Yung mamantika. Right? Yes or no? Yes. Yung iba naman, adobong may gata. Yan. Yung iba naman, adobong puti. Hindi nilalagyan ng toyo. Yung iba naman, adobong masabaw. Hindi mo alam kung sinigang. Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes or no? Yes. In short, hindi lahat ng nanay mo pare-parehas ang style sa pagluluto ng adobo. Yun nga lang, nurse. Habang nagluluto si nanay ng adobo, naubusan ng suka. Naubusan si nanay ng suka. Question, si nanay pa ba ang pupunta ng tindahan? Si nanay pa ba pupunta sa tindahan? No. Sinong uutusan? Sinong uutusan? Anak. So therefore, gumamit din ba ng tao? Yes. So that is already management. So ano lang ang pino-point out natin dito? What I'm trying to point out here, nurse, is that management doesn't just happen inside the hospital. It doesn't just happen inside the organization. It can happen anywhere. It can happen everywhere. As long as you are the nurses to reach your goals and you're using people to get things done, that is management. Nagkakaintindihan po tayo? Yes. So if this is now management, then the question is, what about leadership? Now, anong sinasabi? Leadership donors is the use of one's skill. This is the use of one's skill, use of one's skill, use of one's skill. Pag sinabi natin use of one's skill, skill, skill. Question, are we talking about leadership skills here? Are we talking about leadership skills? Yes. Ang tanong ko ngayon, ang skill po ba'y pwedeng matutunan? Ang skill po ba'y pwedeng matutunan? Yes. Question. Can nurses, again, nurses, can you learn the skills of leadership? Can you learn the skills of leadership? Yes or no? Yes. Kaya nga meron tayong tinatawag ng mga leadership trainings. O question, sa leadership trainings, are you being taught about the different skills of becoming a good leader? Yes or no? Yes. Nagkakaintindihan. Nurses, kaya nga meron tayong tinatawag na leadership trainings. Question now is, nurses, once you've learned the skills of leadership, is it an assurance that you will become a good leader? Once you've learned the skills of leadership, is it an assurance that you will become a good leader? Yes or no? No. Why? Meron tayong kasabihan. Others are good leaders, but others are just good followers. Why? Dahil hindi po porke ginamit mo ang skill ay kaya mo na siyang gamitin. In short, a good leader, do they have the ability to use that skill? Yes or no? Yes! Kaya nga sinasabing this is the use, pero saan daw yan ginagamit? Nurses, sabi dito, this is the use of one skill to influence others. Again, this is the use of one skill to influence others to perform to the best of their ability. Again, this is the use of one skill to influence others to perform to the best of their ability. In short, ang isang magaling na leader, kaya niya daw bang i-motivate ang members niya magtrabaho? Yes or no? Yes. Now, nurses, the next question is, paano nila na-motivate yung nurses members nila? So this is now the time that the leader nurses uses different influence tactics. Your leader nurses uses different influence tactics. Pag sinabi natin different influence tactics, meaning these are the usual styles, these are the usual nurses strategies that a leader often use para ma-motivate kang magtrabaho. Now, for the different influence tactics, nurse, you have the mnemonic LR cries. Dalawa yung C natin, ha? Again, for the different influence tactics, you have the mnemonic LR cries. Sorry. Hindi ba? Different influence tactics pala to. Sorry. Air cubes. Sorry. Again, for the different influence tactics, you have the mnemonic air cubes. O wag niyo munang isulat, ha? Kasi baka hindi magkasya yung definition mo. Again, you have the mnemonics air cubes. Again, what's your mnemonic? Again, what's your mnemonic? Air cubes. Again, what's your mnemonic? Air cubes. Now, what is exactly air cubes, nurse? A, nurse, stands for your assertiveness. A, nurse, stands for your assertiveness. Pag sinabi natin assertiveness, again, assertiveness, nurse, is sending direct messages. This is sending direct messages. Sending direct messages. Sending direct messages, standing up. Sending direct messages, standing up for your own rights. Standing up for your own rights without stepping the rights of others. Again, sending direct messages, standing up for your own rights, standing up for your own rights without stepping the rights of others. Again, sending direct messages, standing up for your own rights without stepping the rights of others. Sending direct messages, standing up for your own rights without stepping the rights of others. Again, sending direct messages, standing up for your own rights without stepping the rights of others. O, tingin sa akin. In short, if we're talking about assertiveness, nurse, again, ibig sabihin, ang taong assertive, nasasabi daw ba nila kung anong gusto nilang sabihin? Yes, but always remember, pag sila'y nagsalita, are they concerned about the feelings of others? Yes or no? Yes, always remember, nurse, that assertiveness is different from aggressiveness. O question, ang taong aggressive, nasasabi din ba nila kung anong gusto nilang sabihin? Ang taong aggressive, nasasabi din ba nila kung anong gusto nilang sabihin? Yes, but question is, pag sila'y nagsalita, are they concerned about the feelings of others? No, ang taong aggressive, sasabihin ko sa iyo kung anong gusto kong sabihin, pero wala akong pakialam. Kung nasaktan ko, damdamin mo, wala akong pakialam. Kung tinapakan ko, pagkadao mo, aggressive yun. O question, naniniwala ba kayo, dalawa lang ang klase ng kaibigan mo? Kaibigan, may kaibigan ka naman, yes or no? O yes. O question. Naniniwala ka ba? Dalawa lang ang klase ng kaibigan. Isang assertive at isang aggressive. Do you agree? Yes or no? Yes! O, very good example. Very good example. Nilapitan ka ng kaibigan mo. Nilapitan ka ng kaibigan mo kasi nag-break sila ng jowa niya. Sabi ng kaibigan mo sa'yo, friend, nag-break na kami ng boyfriend ko. Niloko niya ako. Ikaw ngayon, sinagot mo yung kaibigan mo. Sabi mo sa kaibigan mo, ikaw naman kasi. Ilang beses na kitang sinasabihan, niloloko ka lang yan. Hindi ka sa akin naniniwala. Sinabi ko na sa'yo, nakalsalubong ko yan sa mall. Iba't ibang kasamang babae. Anong ginagawa mo? Pinagtatanggol mo, pinagtatakpan mo. Ngayon, iiyak-iyak ka. Tanga. Yan. O question. Aggressive o assertive? Aggressive. Pero nurses, nilapitan ka ngayon ng kaibigan mo. Sabi ng kaibigan mo sa'yo, friend, ang sakit talaga eh. Parang hindi ko na kaya. Ikaw ngayon, ano ngayon sabi mo sa kaibigan mo? Friend, kaya mo yan. Kaya mo yan. Isipin mo lang, friend, pagsubok lang yan dumarating sa buhay mo. Isipin mo, friend, hindi siyang lalaking karapat dapat sa'yo. Fighting. O bungga kang hayop ka. O question, aggressive o assertive? Assertive. So in short, pag sinabi nating assertive, ang taong assertive, paano magsalita? Mayabang o hindi? Hindi. Therapeutic or non-therapeutic? Therapeutic. And take note of assertiveness. Take note of assertiveness. Laging tinatanong sa board. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag. So ulitin natin ha. Pag sinabi natin assertive, 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 mayabang o hindi? Mayabang o hindi? Hindi. Therapeutic or non-therapeutic? Therapeutic. Nagkakaintindihan. Isa din po palang paalala ha. Para habang nagsisimula tayo. Para don't take it against me. I don't curse. I don't curse. Para malinaw tayo simula pa lang. Meron kasi ako natanggap ng evaluation last time. Siguro it was 2 years ago. But of course, I'm very confident with my evaluation. Very confident ako dyan. I know always I'm always at the top of the evaluation. But of course, you cannot please everybody. You cannot please everybody. Meron isa nagsabi that I curse daw. I don't curse. Para nagkakaintindihan po tayo. Nurses, feeling ko yung sinasabi ng cursing ko. Pag sinasabihan kitang hayop, pag sinabihan kitang hayop, huwag kang magagalit, buwisit ka. Bakit? Hayop ka naman talaga. Utang na loob, besh. Lahat tayo'y hayop. Do you agree? Yes or no? Do you agree? Yes, we are the most intelligent animal. We're the most intelligent animal. Kaya pag sinabihan kitang hayop, huwag kang magagalit. Ang nurses, ang sagot doon, thank you. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayo? Nakaloka. Okay? Maliwanag tayo dyan ha. So pag sinabihan kitang hayop, huwag kang magagalit. Okay? Maliwanag. O yan, may nag-thank you na. Sasabunutan ko yung mga bulbul nito. Maliwanag tayo sa assertiveness. Take note of assertiveness. Inuulit ko, laging tinatanong sa board. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag. Maliwanag. Yes. Now, I naman nurses stands for your ingratiation. I naman stands for your ingratiation. Now, what is ingratiation? Pag sinabi naman natin ingratiation, nurse, ingratiation is making others feel good. Again, ingratiation is making others feel good or look good. Again, this is making others feel good or look good before making a request. Again, making others feel good or look good before making a request. Making others feel good or look good before making a request. In short, Beshi, bago ka mag-utos, bago ka mag-request, anong munang ginagawa mo? Bago ka mag-utos, bago ka mag-request, anong munang ginagawa mo? Nambobola ka muna, nang uuto ka muna. Tanong! Madalas mo ba yan gamitin sa nanay mo? Yes or no? Yes! Ito yung sasabihin mo sa nanay mo, "Ma, parang iba ka ngayon, ma. Parang ang blooming mo, ma. Ang kinis mo ngayon, ma. Ma, dagdagan mo naman yung baon ko." Yan! Is that ingratiation? Yes or no? Is that ingratiation? Yes or no? Yes. Nagkakaintindihan. Another nurse we have is what we call assure, rationality. Another nurse is what we call assure, rationality. Now, what is rationality? Pag sinabi naman natin rationality nurses is relying. Rationality is relying on a detailed plan. Again, relying on a detailed plan, reason, or logic. Relying on a detailed plan, reason, or logic. Again, relying on a detailed plan, reason, or logic. In short, is this the use of reasoning? Yes or no? Is it the use of reasoning? Yes. Tanong, isa ba to sa pinakamadalas na ginagamit ni leader? Yes or no? Yes. Most of the time, the leader is using reasoning para ma-motivate ka magtrabaho. O, very good example. Very good example. O, balik tayo sa school ninyo. Duty. Nurses, 2 weeks rotation. 2 weeks ang rotation. Ang problema, first day pa lang ng duty nyo, nagalit na sa inyo yung CI nyo. Question, kung first day pa lang ng duty, magagalit agad ang CI. Question, pwede ba maapektuhan ang mga grades ninyo? Pwede ba maapektuhan ang mga grades ninyo? Yes or no? Yes. Now, ang tanong ko ngayon, most of the leaders, are they grade conscious? Yes, most of them GC yan eh. So ano ngayon ang gagawin yan? Nurses, ang gagawin ngayon ni leader, kakausapin kayo, imi-meeting kayo. Anong sasabihin ni leader? Uy, group mates, uy, classmates. Alam nyo naman, last week, nagalit sa atin si sir. So para makabawi tayo na magiging grades natin, kinakailangan yung magiging case presentation natin, maging bonggang. Question, is the leader using reasoning? Yes or no? Yes, and that is what we call rationality. Nagkakaintindihan tayo. Maliwanag. Maliwanag. Yes, another noun nurse we have is what we call assure, coalition. Another is what we call assure, coalition. Now, what is coalition? Pag sinabi natin coalition is backing up a request. Again, coalition is backing up a request together with your co-members. Again, this is backing up a request together with your co-members. Backing up a request together with your co-members. In short, unang tanong, in coalition, si leader lang bang kumikilos? No, lahat ba? Lahat ba? Yes. Oh, what's a very good example? Very good example nito, nurse. Kayong pinakamagandang halimbawa. Sige, matanong ko. Naalala niyo pa ba nung nag-aaral ba kayo? Naalala pa ba? Lalo na nung face-to-face. Naalala pa ba? Yes. O question, dumating po ba sa point sa buhay nyo nung nag-aaral ba kayo na kung saan sa loob ng isang araw, lahat ng subject nyo may quiz? Dumating ba yan? Yes or no? Yes. O for example, nurse, ang unang subject mo, OB mo, OB. Nag-announce ngayon ng OB mo. Sabi ng OB mo, okay nurses, tomorrow we'll have a very long test. Question, ilan ang test mo bukas? Ilan ang test mo bukas? Diyos ko, yung iba nag-isip pa, sasabunutan ko yung mga bulbol. Anong 100? Hayop ka. Ilan ba lang ba nag-a-announce? Sasabunutan ko yung bulbul mo. Oh, ilan ba lang ba nag-a-announce? Isa. O therefore, ilan ba lang ang test mo bukas? Isa. Sasabunutan ko yung bulbul mo eh. Maliwanag ba? O ilan ang test mo bukas? Isa. O nurses, ang next mo naman na subject, pedia mo. So nag-announce din ng pedia mo. Sabi ng pedia mo, okay nurses, tomorrow will have a very long test. Question, ilan ang test mo bukas? Dalawa. Ang sumunod mo ngayong subject nurses, minor mo. Ang sunod mo ngayong subject, yung minor mo. Ang minor mo na parang major mo. O nag-announce din ng minor mo. Sabi ng minor mo, okay nurses, tomorrow will have a very long test. Ilan na test mo bukas? 3. Ang huli mo ngayong subject best, MS mo. Huling subject mo na. Nag-announce din ng MS mo. Sabi ng MS mo, okay nurses, tomorrow will have a very, 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 very long test. 100 items to be taken in 10 minutes. Shit. Oh, question. Pang ilang exam mo na yan? 4. At dahil yan ang huling subject mo, may exam ka pa rin. Nurses, usually, ang estudyante magre-reklamo ba? Usually, ang estudyante magrereklamo ba? Yes. Ano sasabihin ng estudyante? Ito yung pag-announce ng CI. Ang buong klase, halos lahat sabay-sabay. Sir! Sir, wag na po, sir. Sir, maawa na po kayo. Ang dami namin exam bukas, sir. Sir, next week na po. O, question. Sa simula, ang CI mag-iinarte ba? Yes. Ano sasabihin ng CI? No. Tomorrow will have a very long test. Yan. O, sir, maawa na po kayo. Hindi. Exam tayo bukas. O, question. Paglabas ng CI ng classroom, kasunod ba kayong lahat? Yes! Ito nurses, yung halos lahat, buong klase nakabuntot doon sa CI. Sir, sige na naman. Sir, maawa na po kayo. Sir, sige na po. Hanggang faculty room. Susundan mo bang CI mo? Yes or no? Yes, doon sa pintuan ng faculty room nakatambay kayong lahat. Sir, sige naman po. Sir, sige na po. Hanggang bintana ng CI may nakadungaw pa rin. Sir, sige naman po. Sir, sige na po. O, question. Sa sobrang dami ninyo at sa sobrang kulit ninyo, usually, ang CI nag-give in ba dito? Yes, and that is what we call coalition. Kakaintindihan tayo. Maliwanag. Yes. Now, another noun nurse you have is the U. U naman nurse stands for your upward appeal. U naman nurse stands for your upward appeal. Now, what is upward appeal, nurse? Pag sinabi naman natin upward appeal is using the name of a superior. This is using the name of a superior formally or informally. Again, using the name of a superior, formally or informally. Again, using the name of a superior, formally or informally. O question, ibig sabihin, gumagamit ka daw ba, nurses, gumagamit ka daw ba ng pangalan ng taong mas mataas sa'yo? Yes. Now, what's a very good example? Very good example. Sige, matanong ko. Sino po sa inyo dito naging treasurer na? Tanong, sino po sa inyo dito naging treasurer na? Huwag kang mag-alala, hindi kita uutangan na hayop ka. O, sino po dito naging treasurer na? May I know? May I know? Sino naging treasurer na? Utilize your chat box. O, yan. Si Charen, yan. O, bakit ko tinatanong? Bakit ko tinatanong? Kasi nurse, isa sa pinakamahirap ang trabaho, ang treasurer. Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes! Bakit, Besh? Mahirap maningil sa mga dukhang tulad nyo, sa mga hampas lupang tulad nyo, sa slop soil na tulad mo. Uy, pero biro ha? Pero biro, ang estudyante pag singilan, kanya-kanyang alibay. Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes! Ito yung sasabihin ng kaklase, ay friend, nakalimutan ko ngayon ba ng deadline? Friend, baka naman pwedeng bukas na lang. Friend, hindi ako nakahingi sa nanay ko. Friend, nakalimutan ko yung wallet ko. Friend, baka naman pwedeng bukas na. Friend, baka naman pwedeng abunuhan mo. O, question, mahirap ba maningil? Yes! Kaya dahil nahihirapan na ang treasurer nyo, anong gagawin ng treasurer? Pupunta yan sa harapan ng classroom. mag-a-announce. Classmates, listen. Sabi nga pala ni Dean, last day of payment daw sa Friday. O question, kaninong pangalan ang ginamit? Hey Dean, pwede bang sinabi talaga ni Dean? Pwede. Pwede bang ginamit lang si Dean? Pwede. And that is what we call upward appeal. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayo? Maliwanag? Yes, another good example. Oh, balik tayo nurses. Sa kwento ko kanina. Sa kwento ko kanina na si nanay na nagluluto ng adobo. Ano nga naubos? Ano nga naubos, nurse? Suka. Sino ang inutusan? Sino ang inutusan? Anak, nagkakaintindihan ba? Ang tanong ko ngayon, sige matanong ko, sino po sa inyo dito ang panganay na anak? May I know? Sino mga panganay na anak? Panganay din ako eh. Panganay din ako. Yan, mga walang hiyang panganay, ha? Nurses, sino po yung mga bunso? Bunso. Iyan, kawaawang mga bunso. Bakit? Balik tayo, Besh, sa kwento ko kanina na si nanay nagluluto ng adobo. Ulitin natin, ano naubos? Ano naubos? Suka. Nurses, at sino nga ulit ang inuutusan? Anak, ang tanong ko ngayon, sino talaga ang unang-unang inuutusan ni nanay? Panganay na anak. Bakit, Besh? Kasi ang panganay na anak, sila po yung madalas nakahilata sa harapan ng TV. Hawak pa yung remote. Do you agree? Yes or no? Yes. So mababuisit ngayon si nanay sa itsura ng anak. Ano ang sabihin ni nanay? Hoy, ikaw, wala ka na namang ginagawa dyan. Nanonood ka na naman ng TV. Pumunta ka nga sa tindahan. Bumili ka nga ng suka. So ikaw ngayon, Besh, sunod ka sa nanay mo. Punta ka ng tindahan. Bibili ka ng suka. Yun nga lang, Besh. Pagdating mo ng tindahan, nakita mo yung crush mo. Nurses, jahi naman. Ang bibilin mo, suka. So anong ginawa mo? Bumalik ka ngayon ng bahay. Pagbalik mo ng bahay, nakita mo yung bunsong kapatid. Ano ngayon sabi mo sa bunsong kapatid? Hoy, ikaw, wala ka namang ginagawa dyan. Naglalaro ka na naman. Sabi ni nanay, bumili ka raw ng suka. O tanong, hayop ka. Madalas ba yan mangyari? Yes or no? Yes. And that is what we call upward appeal. O si Ma'am Dorothy natatawa. Mukhang ginagawa niya sa mga anak niya. Nakakaloka. Si Ma'am Dorothy Abuhan, mukhang nakaka-relate. Ginagawa sa mga anak niyang hayop yan. Okay, so inuulit ko ha. That is what we call upward appeal. Another nurses we have is the B. B naman, nurses, stands for your blocking. B naman, nurses, stands for your blocking. Now, what is blocking? Pag sinabi natin blocking, blocking is threatening somebody. Again, blocking is threatening somebody to damage. Threatening somebody to damage his opportunity for advancement. Again, threatening somebody to damage his opportunity for advancement. Threatening somebody to damage his opportunity for advancement. Or not being friendly. Again, threatening somebody to damage his opportunity for advancement. Or not being friendly. Or not being friendly to another person. Not being friendly to another person until he grants the request. Or not being friendly to another person until he grants the request. Ulitin ko ha. This is threatening somebody to damage his opportunity for advancement or not being friendly to another person until he grants the request. Until he grants the request. Ulitin ko. Threatening somebody to damage his opportunity for advancement or not being friendly to another person until he grants the request. In layman's term, ito po yung mas kilala natin tawag na blackmail. In layman's term, ito po yung mas kilala natin mga beshi sa tawag na blackmail. Now, what is black nurses? Ang tanong, ang blackmail po ba'y usong-uso? Ang blackmail po ba'y usong-uso? Yes. Madalas po ba itong gamitin ng mga boss sa kanilang empleyado? Yes. Ito yung sasabihin ng boss. Sige, bahala ka. Huwag mong gawin yung pinagagawa ko sa iyo. Ikaw din, hindi ko pipirman yung leave mo. Question, is that blocking? Yes or no? Yes. O tanong, madalas mo din ba itong gamitin sa friendship mo? Yes or no? Yes. O very good example. Very good example, Besh. Gawaan ng NCP. Very good example. Gawaan ng NCP. Tanong, kahit paano, mahirap po bang gumawa ng NCP? Yes or no? Yes. So ikaw na ngayon, Besh. Nilapitan ka na ng kaibigan mo. Sabi ng kaibigan mo sa'yo, friend, baka naman pwedeng gawin mo naman ako NCP, friend. Alam mo naman kasi pagdating ko sa bahay, ang dami-dami ko pang gagawin. Maglalaba ako, magsasampay, magtitiklop, mamamalansya, maghuhugas ng pinggan, magsasaing, magluluto, maglilinis ng bahay, mag-aalaga ng mga bata. In short, ang kaibigan mo, katulong. Do you agree? Yes or no? Yes. So ikaw ngayon, sinabihan mo yung kaibigan mo. Sabi mo sa kaibigan mo, friend, pasensya ka na, friend, pero hindi kita magagawa ng NCP, friend, kasi madami-dami ko ting gagawin, ang dami ko pang exam. So ano ngayon ang sagot ng kaibigan mo? Sige, friend, okay lang. Okay lang. Pero, besh, anong mangyayari dyan? Ang mangyayari dyan, buong maghapon, hindi ka na ngayon papansinin ng kaibigan mo. So, bandang hapon ngayon, kinalabit mo na yung kaibigan mo. Sabi mo sa kaibigan mo, friend, galit ka ba? In fairness sa kaibigan mo, sumagot yung kaibigan mo. Hindi, friend. Hindi ako galit. Ano ba? Yun lang. Hindi ako galit. Okay lang yun. Ano ba naman yun? Naiintindihan ko naman. Ano mo na ba yung masasayang araw na pinagsamahan natin? Yan! O, question. Is that blocking? Yes or no? Yes. O, tanong. Madalas mo din ba itong gamitin sa jowa mo? Yes or no? Yes. O, ikaw na ngayon, Beth. Tinext mo ngayon yung jowa mo. Sabi mo sa jowa mo, Han, mamaya pa lang hapon, baka naman pwedeng sunduin mo. O nag-text back yung jowa mo. Sabi ng jowa mo, Han, pasensya ka na, hindi kita masusundo mamaya. Ang dami inuutos sa akin ni mama. O ikaw naman, nag-text back ka ulit. Sige, okay lang. Ano ba naman yung habang nag-habang ako ng jeep? Sagasaan ako ng bus. Kalad ka rin ako ng truck. Kumalat ang utak ko sa lupa. Okay lang. Yan. So buong maghapon na naman, besh. Hindi mo na naman tinext yung jowa mo. So bandang hapon, nag-text back yung jowa mo. Han, galit ka ba? Nurses, in fairness naman sa'yo, besh, nag-reply ka. Nag-reply ka naman. All caps na lang. All caps. Hindi ako galit. Tuwang-tuwa ako. Ha, ha, ha. O hayop ka. Pag ganyan ang text mo, susunduin ka na lang ba? Yes or no? Yes. And that is what we call blocking. Now, another nouners we have is what we call sure. Exchange. Now, what is exchange? Pag sinabi naman natin exchange, nurse, exchange is reminding somebody. Again, exchange is reminding somebody. This is reminding somebody of a previous favor. Again, exchange is reminding somebody of a previous favor or return of favors. Again, this is reminding somebody of a previous favor or return of favors. Reminding somebody of a previous favor or return of favors. In short, ito po ang tinatawag nating beshi na utang na loob. Question, madalas mo din ba yan ginagamit? Yes. Madalas mo din yan gamitin sa friendship mo. Yes. Oh, very good example. Very good example na lang, nurse. Duty. Siyempre, during duty, may break. Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes. So magkikita kayo ngayon magkaibigan sa kantin. So nurses, kinalabit ka ngayon ng kaibigan mo. Bakit? Nurse, may nakitang banana queue. Sabi ng kaibigan mo sa'yo, friend, banana queue, friend, baka naman pwedeng libre mo na ako, friend. Sige na, friend, bagong luto, ang daming asukal, mukhang masarap, mukhang malambot, libre mo na ako, friend. Sumagot ka nga, nurses, sinagot mo ngayon yung kaibigan mo. Ano ka ba? Papalibre ka pa, wala na akong pera. Sinagot ka ulit ng kaibigan mo. Sabi ng kaibigan mo, hoy, kahapon, sabi mo masarap ang shake. Ang tigas ng mukha mo, banana cue lang to. Question, is that exchange? Yes or no? Yes. O, another good example. Again, madalas ito nangyayari sa mga magkakaibigan. Sa pamasahe. Bakit utang na loob ang mga magkakaibigan? Pagkasakay ng jeep, kanya-kanyang kwentuhan, bisi-bisihan, nagpapakiramdaman kung sinong bubunot ng pamasahe. Do you agree, yes or no? Do you agree? Yes. Pag malapit ng bumaba, besh. Pag malapit na bumaba, magre-react na yung nagbayad kahapon. Ano sasabihin? Uy, friend, malapit na pala tayong bumaba. Ako yung nagbayad kahapon. Ikaw ngayon. Pero, yung kaibigan mong parasite, ano lagi ang sagot, friend? Wala akong bariya. Hayop yan. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Question, is that exchange? Yes or no? Yes. Nagkakaintindihan tayo. Maliwanag. Yes. Now, the last nurses, we have the S. S naman, nurse, stands for your sanction. S naman, nurse, stands for your sanction. O question, when you hear the word sanction, what comes into your mind? Positive or negative? When you hear the word sanction, what comes into your mind? Positive or negative? Negative. Pero makinig sa akin lahat. Always remember, if we're talking about sanction could either be both positive or negative. Why? Kasi anything na binibigay sa'yo sa loob ng organization, that is what we call a sanction. Nagkakaintindihan. That's why, if we're talking about sanctioners, sanction is either giving. Again, sanction is either giving or preventing. This is either giving or preventing incentives, benefits, or promotions. Again, this is either giving or preventing incentives, benefits, or promotions. Either giving or preventing incentives, benefits, or promotions. In short, pag binigay sa iyo ang incentive, is that a sanction? Yes. Hindi sa iyo binigay kasi may ginawa ka. Is that also a sanction? Yes. Now, what's a very good example? Very good example is the actual board exam. Sige, matanong ko kayo. What is your goal in the upcoming board exam? Again, what is your goal in the upcoming board exam? To top the board exam. So meaning, what is your goal? To top or to pass? What is your goal? To top or to pass? To top. O makinig sa akin. Your goal, nurse, is always to top the board exam. Utang na loob. Hindi po namin to pinapasabi sa inyo para maging mantra mo lang. There's a reason behind, nurse, why your goal is to top the board. Why? Because it's not easy to pass the board exam. Yun na nga, attorney, mahirap na nga pumasa. Gusto nyo pang mag-top. O makinig. Nurses, why nurses your goal is to top the board? O makinig sa akin. If your goal, nurse, is to top the board exam, pag sinabi mo yan ang goal mo, ang goal po dito nanggaling. Nanggaling sa puso. Nagkakaintindihan ba? May kausap ba ako? Yes. Why? Dahil pag dito galing yan, You're going to do everything to reach that goal. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayo? Maliwanag? Yes or no? Yes! Now question, if your goal, nurse, is to top the board exam, tanong, mag-aaral ka ba ng mabuti? Yes. Lahat ba nurses ng subject aatinan mo? Yes. Lahat ba ng exam rationale pupuntahan mo? Yes. O makinig. Ito ang isa sa pinakamalaking pagkakamali ng estudyante pagdating ng review. Pagdating ng review, pag exam rationale, hindi na umatin. That will be your greatest mistake. Nagkakaintindihan ba? May kausap ba ako? Yes, that will be your greatest mistake, nurse. Why? Ang exam rationale, ang unang-unang hindi dapat inaabsenan. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag? Yes, why? Nurses, kasi yung lecture nyo, wala yung kwenta. Hindi ang bibiro. Ang lecture nyo po'y walang kwenta. Remember, you already had your lectures. Simula first year ka, hanggang fourth year ka, hanggang ngayong review, may lecture ka eh. Pero yung lecture mo, nurse, wala yung kwenta. Kung hindi mo yan kayang i-apply sa board exam. And what is your gauge? What is your gauge, nurses, if you can already answer the board sa exam ratio? Hindi pwede yung ugali ng nurses karamihan sa inyo na mag-a-absent. Tapos sasabihin dun sa kaibigan, friend, kopyahin ko na lang yung rationale sa'yo. Sige, tanong, nakopya mo yung rationale, nurses. Pero question, narinig mo ba kung paano in-analyze yung tanong? Narinig mo ba? Hindi. Narinig mo ba kung paano criticize yung mga nurses option? Hindi. Nurses. So again, ang exam ratio, ang unang-unang hindi inaabsenan. Bakit? Dahil dito lang yan tinuturo. Sa review lang tinuturo kung paano sumagot ng board. And mind you, nurse, all of your lecturers in top rank are top caliber lecturers. Nagkakaintindihan ba? These are seasoned lecturers. These are nurses, the most sought after lecturers. Utang na loob. Lalo na sa akin, ha? Utang na loob, makinig ka sa akin. Why? Because nurses, I've been teaching Palmr in the review for almost 2 decades already. Halos 2 dekada ko na putong tinituro sa review. Utang na loob, kabisado ko ang Palmr. Nurses, in short, institusyon na ako sa review. Okay? Ang kabatch ko dito sila Sir V, si Roland. Kaya ang tawag ko dyan kapatid, nagkakaintindihan ba? Siyang kabatch ko. O di ba siya hindi na nagtuturo, ako nagtuturo pa, hayop yan. Mukha kasi akong pera, nagkakaintindihan ba? O nurses, institusyon na ako dito. Kaya pag sinabi kong nurses, lalabas, lalabas. Pag sinabi kong sagot, sagot. Pag sinabi kong kapangyarihan, kapangyarihan. Makinig ka ng maigi. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag. So inulit ko ha, ang exam ratio ang unang-unang hindi inabsenan. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag. Maliwanag po tayo. Now, sabi ko nga, ang nurses, ang goal mo dito nang galing. Parang ako nurse. Nurses, believe it or not, tamad po ako mag-aral. Tamad ako mag-aral. Sobrang tamad ko mag-aral. Nurses, but nurses, kahit tamad ako mag-aral, nurses, I was a consistent honor student when I was in grade school and high school. Pero, tamad akong mag-aral. Lalo na nung high school ako. Gaano po ako katamad mag-aral noon? Pumapasok po ako nurses ng school ko noon. Ang laman lang po ng backpack ko, ballpen lang siya papel. Bakit? Baka biglang mag-quiz eh. At least nurses may papel ako, hindi ako mangingi sa kaklase ko. Tapos, pulbo, saka isang maliit na kulay pulang papel de hapon. Bakit? Para saan yung papel de hapon? Exclusive school for girls kami, all girls school kami. Bawal kami mag-makeup. So yung papel de hapon, yan, gagainin ko na. Nurses, red lips na ako. Pagbasa na ng laway mo, dito naman, yan, rosy cheeks ka na. Yun lang ang dala ko nung high school ako. But I was a consistent honor student. Pero inuulit ko, tamad akong mag-aral. Pagdating ko ng nursing, ganun din. Tamad din ako mag-aral. Ayoko kasi talaga maging nurse. Just for the information of everybody, ayoko maging nurse. Aksidente lang po yung pagiging nurse ko. Aksidente lang. Nadapa lang ako pagbangon ko, nurse ako, chef. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Pero ayoko talaga maging nurse. My dream really was to become a CPA lawyer. Pero napunta ako ng nursing, maybe there's a purpose. Kasi ito nurses yung fate ko. Okay, to help students, nurses pass the board exam. Baka yun yung nurses destiny ko. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Pero sabi ko nga, nurses, tamad ako mag-aral noon. Sa 4 na taon ko ng nursing ko, besh, hindi ako nag-aral. Hindi talaga ako nag-aral. Pero pagdating ng review, nag-aral ako. Why? Because sabi ko sa sarili ko, I want to pass the board exam in 1 take. Why? Sayang naman yung 4 na taon na sinayang ko ng oras ko kung hindi naman ako magiging nurse. Kaya nurses, nung nag-nurses review ako, nag-aral ako ng mabuti. Okay? Nurse. And I passed the board exam in 1 day. Pero, ang totoong aral na ginawa ko, nung nag-law school ako, akala ko kasi nung law school, sapat na matalino ka. Yun ang akala ko noon. Hindi pala. Dapat pala masipag ka. Okay? Kaya nung nag-law school ako, nurses, my goal at that time was to top the bar. Honestly. My goal, nurses, when I took up law, was to top the bar exam. Why? Because I know it's not easy to pass the bar. Pumasa lang ng bar exam, napaka-imposible na. Nurses, again nurses, why? Because there are only few people who are privileged nurses to pass the bar exam. One of the most difficult one of the most difficult examination that we have nurses here in the Philippines for professional is the bar. Why? Dahil ang bar exam ay hindi multiple choice. Ang bar exam ay essay. And nurses, usually, ang exam namin ay 4 Sundays. Before it's November. Ngayon, September, ngayon ang schedule. Pero dati, 4 Sundays of November. Each Sunday, nurses, 2 subjects. 2 subjects, ang isang subject, 4 hours each. So, 4 na Sunday yun. 8 subjects yun. Lahat yun essay. Okay? Nurses, mga 22 to 25 items. Ang tanong, may sub-question pa. At nurses, yung essay namin, hindi lang basta nurses magsasagot ka. May format. Ang sagot namin, it's usually a 3-paragraph rule. Dapat usually 3 paragraph ka pag sumasagot ka. Nurse, kaya mahirap ang bar. Kaya nga sa aming mga abogado, it doesn't matter to us how many times you took the bar exam. Why? Because we recognize it's really very hard to pass the bar. Nagkakaintindihan. Mahirap pong pumasa ng bar. Maraming matatalino na hindi nurses agad pumapasa ng bar. Kaya sa amin, it doesn't matter how many times you took the bar. Ang pinaka-importante sa amin, yung ATTY mo ay nagkaroon ng period. Naging ATTY period ka. Nagkakaintindihan. Maliwanag. Hindi ko nga naiintindihan bakit sa ibang profession. Kahit sa nursing, big deal pag nag-retake ka. Dapat hindi siya big deal eh. Pag nag-retake ka naman, hindi naman ibig sabihin tanga ka eh. Hindi naman ibig sabihin bobo ka. Nurses, baka nurses, hindi mo lang time. It's only a roadblock. Ang lagi mong iisipin, pag nag-retake ka, pag bumagsak ka, it's not failure on your part. It's just a delayed success. It's only a delayed gratification. Darating ka pa rin sa finish line. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Kaya ang inulit ko sa amin, hindi nagmamatter kung ilang beses kami nagtitake ng bar. Why? Kasi only few people are privileged to pass the bar. Hindi katulad ng ibang profession. Medicine, mas madaling pumasa ng medicine. Unang-unang multiple choice lang yan. Pangalawa, konti lang ang bumabagsak dyan. Okay? Nurses, 2 nurses exam ng medicine. Twice a year. Nurses, 1 taon, sabi yung may 4,000 kukuha, ang babagsak lang yan 500, 600. Sa bar exam, hindi. In short, sa loob ng 1 taon, meron kang nurses, almost 8,000 na bagong nurses. Doktor, sa law, hindi. Sa law, once a year lang ang law, ang bar exam. Kung may 10,000 magtitik, usually ang pumapasa lang dyan, 2,000. O minsan nga, less ba? So it's very hard to pass the bar. Only few are privileged to practice nurses law as a profession. Kundi lang ang abogado. Mind you, sa attorney roll number, nasa 80 plus lang kami. Ang practicing lawyer lang doon, nasa 40,000. Ilan po ang population natin? May higit 1 bilyon. So nurses, ganun lang ang karaming abogado. Konti lang kaming abogado. Kaya sa amin hindi nagmamatter. Etong nakaraan, meron kaming convention in Davao. Nurses, may isa po doon finiture sa abogadong Pinoy. Why? Because he's been taking the bar for 20 plus years. For 20 plus years, hindi siya sumuko. Pagdating ng bar exam nung nakaraan, yung kay Jonian, yung best bar ever, ito yung 70 plus ang pumasa. Nurse, he was able, nurses, to pass the bar. So sa amin, we don't ridicule the person. Sa amin, we're very proud of his perseverance na kahit umabot siya ng 20 plus years, hindi siya sumuko, naging abogado siya. That is how we see nurses the bar exam. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag. Maliwanag. So ako, ang ginawa ko, since my goal nurses at that time was to top the bar exam. Ako, day 1 pa lang ng law school. Hindi pa nga pumapasok yung day 1 eh. Hindi pa nga nagsisimula yung klase. Nurse, nagbabasa na ako. Nagbabasa na ako noon. Until the last day of my bar exam. Nurses, nag-aaral ako. Wala po akong holiday noon. Wala akong linggo noon. Ultimong holiday, ultimong nurses linggo, nag-aaral ako buong araw. Okay, marami akong sinakripisyo. Wala akong mga out of the country noon. Mahilig ang family namin eh. Out of town, out of the country, lahat yun pinalagpas ko. Nurses, because my goal was to top the bar. Nurses, until ngayon, hanggang ngayon, abogado na ako, nag-aaral pa ako, besh. Hindi po ako pumupunta ng court na unprepared. I study the case of my client. Why? Kasi nga inuulit ko, most of my clients, nurses, ang case nila are criminal cases. And most of them are defense, accused. And since accused sila, mga karamihan sa kanila nakakulong. Nurses, what is nurses? Again, nurses, at stake is their life and liberty. Kaya hindi po ako pumupunta ng court na unprepared ako. I study their case. Nagkakaintindihan po tayo. Okay? Pinag-aaralan ko talaga yan. So nurses, talagang as in nurses, masipag ako noon mag-aral. Why? Because my goal was to top. Mind you, I did not top the bar exam. But I was able to pass the bar exam in 1 take. And I'm very proud, nurses, to say, nurses, na nakuha ko yun ng 1 take lang. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Okay? Mind you, nung time na bar exam ko, binaba pa ang passing rate. Ang passing rate namin from 75, ginawang 74. Why? Kasi kung 75 ang passing rate, sobrang konti lang naming papasa. Konting-konti lang. Kaya inangat ng binaba ng 74 para madagdagan kaming abogado. Kasi kung hindi, 1,000 mahigit lang kami. Napapasa nung bar exam na yun. So nurses, nung time na yun, inangat nurses ng konti, naging 2,000 plus kaming lawyers. Naging 27% kami. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Ako, I'm proud to say, I'm not 74, I'm not 75. In short, legit yung pagkakapasa ko. Nurses, legit na naging abogado ako noong time na yon. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Why? Kasi nag-aral ako ng mabuti. Nagkakaintindihan. Now, I'm sharing this to you so that it will serve as an inspiration. Kayo din, ganun din kayo. Meron pa kayong less than 3 months to go before the board exam. Huwag kang bumitaw. Huwag kang nurses tamad. So kahit exam rasyonale, atinan mo. Because your goal is always to top the board exam. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayo? You have to make little sacrifices. You have to make little sacrifices. And those sacrifices, nurses, will pay off. Mas sweet ang success pag pinaghirapan mo. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayo? Maliwanag? Maliwanag? Yes. So, hindi natin. Ano dapat ang goal mo? To pass or to top? Ano dapat ang goal? To pass or to top? To top. Now, so since ang goal mo ay nurses, to top the board, ang problema, mahirap ba mag-top? Yes. Mahirap bang pumasa? Yes. Kaya nga tingin sa akin, kung ako ang magulang mo, kung ako lang naman, Besha, kung ako lang ang magulang mo, para ma-motivate kang mag-aral, bibigyan kita ng sanksyon. Bibigyan kita ng sanksyon. Ano sasabihin ko sa'yo? Sasabihin ko sa'yo, anak, pag ikaw ay pumasa pa lang, Besh, pumasa ng board exam, anak, bibigyan kita ng Southeast Asian trip. Hoy, parang ayaw pa ng iba. Parang iba gusto lang trip to Baguio. Bullshit ka, hayop ka. O, question, pwede na ba yon? Pwede na ba? Yes. Pero sabi ng nanay mo, pero anak, pag nag-top ka ng board exam, anak, bibigyan kita ng European tour. Oh, pwede na ba? Yes or no? Yes. Pero sabi ng nanay mo, pero anak, pag anak, bumagsak ka ng board exam, anak, huwag kang mag-alala, anak. Hindi ako masamang magulang. Bibigyan pa rin kita ng trip. Trip to Jerusalem. Ibig sabihin, ikot-ikot ka lang sa upuan. O question, is that a sanction? Yes or no? Is that a sanction? Yes, nagkakaintindihan. So ulitin natin. Pag sinabi natin sanction, could it be positive? Could it be positive? Yes. Could it be negative? Yes or no? Yes. So ulitin natin ha. What are again the different influence tactics? Ano nga ulit ang mnemonic? Ano nga ulit ang mnemonic mo? Air cubes. O makinig ha. Always remember your different influence tactics. Here, itong mga tactics na to, itong strategies na to, your leaders might use this consciously or unconsciously. Meaning, pwedeng alam nila na ginagamit nila, pero minsan, nagagamit nila to na hindi nila napapansin. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag? Yes. So, itin natin. What are your different influence tactics? Ano nga ulit na mnemonic? Air cubes. And what is air cubes? A, nurse stands for your assertiveness. I is your ingratiation. R is rationality. C is coalition. U is upward appeal. B is blocking. E, exchange. And S is sanction. O question, alin nga dito, nurse, if you're threatening somebody? Alin nga dyan if you're threatening somebody? Blocking. Hindi ka mayabang magsalita. Hindi ka mayabang magsalita. Assertiveness. Giving or preventing incentives. Giving or preventing incentives. Sanction. Together with your co-members. Coalition. Nang uuto ka muna. Ingratiation. You're expecting return of favors. Exchange. Nurses, gumagamit ka ng taong mas mataas sa'yo. Upward appeal. Nurses, you're using reasoning. Rationality. So inuulit ko ha. So these are your different influence tactics. Your leader might use this consciously or unconsciously. Pero ulitin natin. Sino nga ang gumagamit nito? Sino nga ang gumagamit nito, nurse? Leaders. Now, since your leaders are the ones who are using this, my next question now is, how many types of leaders do we have? Question. How many types of leaders do we have? Ilan? Anong 3? Hayop ka! Wala akong pang-abonong buwisit ka. Dalawa lang. Dalawa lang. Wala akong pang-abono. Huwag mo akong pag-abonohin. There are only 2 types of leaders, nurse. Dalawa lang yan. One nurses is what we call your formal leaders. And the other one is what we call as your informal. So ulitin ko ha, there are only 2 types of leaders, nurse. One is what we call your formal leaders. And the other one is what we call as your informal. So ulitin ko. You have 2 types of leaders. One is what we call your formal leaders. And the other one is what we call as your informal. Let's start, nurses, with your formal leaders. But sinabi natin formal leaders. Formal leaders are the people. These are the people who hold a position in the organization. Again, these are the people who holds a position in the organization. People who hold a position in the organization. Again, these are the people who holds a position in the organization. People who holds a position in the organization. Question, may posisyon o wala? Meron. Ano ngayon ang gusto kong tandaan mo sa formal leaders mo? Always remember your formal leader, under your formal leaders, nurse, there are actually 3 levels of your formal leaders. If we're talking about your formal leaders has 3 levels. And what are these 3 levels? You have the top level leaders, you have the middle level leaders, and you have the first level leaders. So there are 3 levels, nurses, of your formal leaders. You have your top, middle, and first. Now, ang tanong ngayon, anong ngayon ang trabaho nitong mga leader na to? Let's start off, nurse, with the top level leaders. Always remember, nurse, your top level leaders, nurse, focuses on the organization. Again, your top level leaders focuses on the organization. Again, your top level leaders focuses on the organization. O question, ano daw ang minomonitor? Ano minomonitor? Organization. My question now is, if these are now the people who monitors the entire organization, question is, who are your top level leaders? Who are your top level leaders? Question, are these your top administrators? Are these your top administrators? Yes. O tanong, sino yung nasa taas? Who are your top level leaders? Sa organization, sino ang top level leaders mo? Very good. President. Sino ba? Sino ba? Sino ba nasa taas? Vice President. Very good. Sino ba? CEO. Very good. Sino ba? COO. Sino ba? Chairman. Nurses. Sino ba? Sino ba nasa taas? You have the president, the vice president, yan, board of directors. So these are your top level leaders. At anong trabaho nila? Ang trabaho nila, nurses, is to monitor the entire organization. But since nurses, what you're going to take is a nursing board exam. Let's nurses go nurses to a nursing organization. A question, in a nursing organization, who are your top level leaders? Chief nurse, sino ba? Assistant chief nurse, sino ba? Nursing directors. Nursing directors. So they are your top level leaders. Anong trabaho nila? They monitor the entire nursing organization. Nagkakaintindihan tayo? Maliwanag? Maliwanag? Yes. So let's now proceed with the middle level leaders. Ano ngayon ang trabaho ng middle level leaders mo? Pag sinabi naman natin middle level leaders, para mas maintindihan natin. Let's go first into a business transaction. Question, in a business transaction, have you heard of the word middleman? In a business transaction, have you heard of the word middleman? Yes. O tanong, ano pong ginagawa ng middleman mo? Anong ginagawa ng middleman? Attorney, siya po yung nasa middle. Sasabunutan ko yung bulbul mo. O question, pag sinabi natin middleman, question, sila ba yung nakikipag-usap sa kliyente? Tapos sila din ba yung nakikipag-usap sa nurses, contractor or supplier? Yes or no? Yes. In short, lahat ng transaction kay middleman ba dumadaan? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. So therefore, nurses, ano ngayon ang trabaho ng middle level leaders mo? Your middle level leaders, nurse, coordinates with the top and the first level leaders. Always remember, your middle level leaders coordinates with the top and the first level leaders. Again, coordinates with the top and the first level leaders. Meaning, yung nanggaling kay chief nurse, bago makarating kay first, kay middle ba muna dadaan? Yes, yung nanggaling kay first, bago makarating kay chief nurse, kay middle ba muna dumadaan? Yes, my question now is, who are your middle level leaders? Who are your middle level leaders? Very good. These are your supervisors. These are the supervisors. These are the coordinators. These are your department heads. Again, these are your supervisors. These are your coordinators. These are your department heads. So in short, yung nanggaling kay chief nurse, bago makarating kay first, kay supervisor ba muna dumadaan? Yes or no? Yes, yung nanggaling kay first, bago makarating kay chief nurse, kay supervisor din ba dumadaan? Yes or no? Yes. Nagkakaintindihan. In short, all communication, kay supervisor ba dumadaan? Yes or no? Again, all communication. Diyos ko, naglalag ba ako? Narinig niyo ba ako? Diyos ko, naglag yata ako. Oh, ulitin natin. All communication. Kay supervisor ba dumadaan? Yes or no? Yes, nagkakaintindihan. Oh, what about your first level leaders? Ano po ang trabaho ng first level leaders? Uy, manalangin kayo ha. Kayong mga klase ko ngayon. Kasi yung isa kong online, hindi ko na natuloy-tuloy. Bakit? Kasi nurses, nagka-problema ako sa internet ko nun. Globe kasi ako. Sabagay, wala na naman tayong pakialam kahit anong internet. Dito sa Pilipinas, kahit ano pang internet connection mo, walang kwenta. Do you agree? Gigigil ako dito eh. Pero yung mo nagle-lecture ako nun nurses, pag tiningnan ko yung speed test ko, umaabot ako ng 160 plus Mbps. Pero naglalag ako. Nag-off na ako ng cam, naglalag pa rin ako. Until such time, ni nurses, inano ko na, tawag nito, ni-reset ko yung router ko. Pag reset ko na ng router ko, hindi na ako makapasok. Kaya yung online ko, isa kong online na class, hindi ko matuloy-tuloy. Kasi nga nagkakaproblema ako. Kaya manalangin kayong hayop kayo. Kasi online na naman tayo dito. Wala akong tiwala sa buwisit na globe na to. Naka-fiber ako pero ganito nangyayari sa akin. Kaya ayoko ng online class. Ayoko talaga ng online class. Napapagod ako. In fairness, ngayon di pa ako naglalag. Shit! Panalangin mo tuloy-tuloy to, besh. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Okay, maliwanag tayo ha? Oh, so itin natin. If we're talking about first level. Nurses, ano ngayon ang trabaho ng first level mo? Nurses, always remember your first level leaders focuses on the operations. Again, your first level leaders focuses on the operations. They focus on the operations. Pag sinabi natin operations, nurses, pag sinabi natin operations, trabaho ba ang pinag-uusapan dito? Yes or no? Trabaho ba ang pinag-uusapan? Yes or no? Yes. Ang tanong ko ngayon, sino ang nakafocus sa trabaho? Sino ang nakafocus sa trabaho? Question, kasama ba dito ang staff? Kasama ba dito ang staff? Yes or no? No! O sige, makinig kang maiging hayop ka. O ulitin natin o makinig ito pong pinag-uusapan natin. These are basic concepts. Nagkakaintindihan ba? May kausap. These are basic concepts, nurse. Utang na loob ang pakiusap ko po. Ang basic mo, wag mong kakalimutan. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag ba tayo? Why? Kasi nurses, babalikan at babalikan natin do. Kaya nagkakaroon ng problema ang estudyante pagdating ng board. Why? You tell nurses to forget your basic, you focus on the complicated. Kaya ang problema, pag basic ang tanong, hindi mo masagot. Hindi pa yon. If you focus on the complicated without knowing your basic, pag ikaw pinaikot sa board, hindi mo masasagot yung tanong. Kaya utang na loob ang basic mo, wag mong kakalimutan. As we go along with our discussion, ito mga basic concept natin, babalikan at babalikan natin to. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayo? Maliwanag. Sige, so ulitin ko. How many types of leaders do we have? How many types of leaders do we have? 2. What are 2 types of leaders? What are 2 types of leaders? Formal and informal. Sino may posisyon? Sino may posisyon? Formal. O ngayon, ibabalik ko sa iyo ang tanong, Beshi. Ang staff, may posisyon o wala? Wala. Nagkakaintindihan o therefore, kasali sila o hindi? Hindi. So ang tanong ko ngayon, sino ang first level leaders mo? Head nurse. Question, ang head nurse mo, sila ba ang nakafocus kung anong mangyayari sa loob ng ward? Yes or no? Yes. So anong level ang head nurse mo? First. O tip in the board. Tip in the board. Always remember in the actual board exam, your BON will not always use the term head nurse in the board. If they will not be using the term head nurse, another term that they're going to use is unit managers. Again, if they will not be using the term head nurse, another term that they will be using is unit managers. O therefore, ang unit managers mo, anong level din yan? First. Anong minomonitor niyan? Anong minomonitor niyan? Operations. Nagkakaintindihan po tayo. Maliwanag. O ulitin natin. How many types of leaders do we have? 2. What are 2 types of leaders? Formal and informal. Sino may posisyon? Sino may posisyon? Formal. Sinong walang posisyon? Ilang level? Ilang level ang formal mo? Ilang level ang formal? 3. What are the 3 levels? Top, middle, and first. Who focuses on the operations? Who focuses on the operations? First, organization. Organization. Top, coordinates with the top and the first. Middle, nasan dito ang chief nurse? Top, head nurse. First, supervisor. Middle, nursing director. Top, coordinator. Middle, unit manager. First, department head. Department head. Department head. Middle, nagkakaintindihan. Chief nurse. Nursing director. Supervisor. Head nurse. Chief nurse. Nursing director. Unit manager. Supervisor. Department head. Middle, nurses, nursing director. Top, coordinator. Coordinator. Middle, head nurse. First, utang na loob wag na wag mong kakalimutan. Pagdating sa board, pag binigyan ka ng posisyon, take note of the position. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Take note of the position. Nurses, tandaan ko anong ginagawa nila. Nagkakaintindihan po tayo. Maliwanag? Yes. So let's now proceed with your formal leaders. Informal leaders. Now, what are informal leaders? Pag sinabi natin informal leaders, informal leaders are the people. These are the people, nurses, who do not hold a position in the organization. They do not hold the position in the organization. They do not hold the position in the organization, but they can motivate members to perform. Inulit ko, they do not hold the position in the organization, but they can motivate members to perform. They do not hold the position in the organization, but they can motivate members to perform. So tanong, may posisyon o wala? Wala. Wala silang posisyon. O question, kung wala silang posisyon, sino sila? Sino sila? Staff. Staff ba silang katulad mo? Yes. But the question is, sino sa staff? So these are usually nurse, your senior staff. These are usually nurse, the senior staff. Pag sinabi nating senior staff, in short, ito ba yung mga nurses na una na sa'yo? Yes. O very good example. Pumasa ka na ng board exam. Pumasok ka ng ospital. Question. Pagpasok mo sa ospital, ano ka considered? Junior o senior staff? Junior. In short, may nauna ba sa'yo, Bes? Yes. O tanong, yun ang una sa'yo. Pag inutusan ka, susunod ka ba? Yes. So what type of leader are they? Informal. Kaya dito nilalagay ang charge nurse mo. Okay? So dito nilalagay ang charge nurse mo. Oh, question, ang charge nurse, staff din ba siyang katulad mo? Yes. Pero usually, sinong ginagawang charge? Senior staff. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag? Yes, o makinig sa akin ha. No, do not be confused in the board ha. Do not be confused. Because I know, nurses, in your funda, it's quite different. O makinig. I know in your funda, it's quite different. Kasi sa funda mo, yung charge nurse mo, nasa first. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag. Oh, do not be confused. Why? Oh, nurses, because always remember, the book nurse that you're using in Funda, that is written by a foreign author. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag ba? Yung Funda mo, kushir, book. Do you agree? Oh, that's written by a foreign author. Now, anong gusto kong tandaan? Always remember, hindi po porke nakasulat sa libro mo, automatic, applicable sa atin sa Pilipinas. Nagkakaintindihan ba? May kausap ba ako? Yes, why? Because we have our own set of laws. We have our own set of rules. Nagkakaintindihan ba? May kausap? Yes. Now, bakit ganun ang funda mo? Kaya ganun ang discussion sa funda mo. Because in your funda, there's no discussion, nurses, of formal and informal leaders. Ang discussion lang sa funda mo, top, middle, first lang. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag. Attorney, ano pong susundin natin? Di yung binigay ko sa'yo. Why? Kasi yan ang ginagamit ng BON mo. Because the BON recognizes that in the Philippines, we have two types of leaders. We have formal and informal. Bakit? Dito sa Pilipinas, maraming lideran. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Do you agree, yes or no? Yes. Nagkakaintindihan tayo ha? So ulitin natin. How many types of leaders do we have? Two. What are two types of leaders? Formal and informal. Sino may posisyon? Formal. Sino walang posisyon? Informal. Sinong tunay na leader? Formal. Sinong lideran? Informal. But always remember, even if we have two types of leaders, your leaders, nurses, uses different styles of leadership. And I will discuss the styles of leadership after the break. Break muna tayo because it's already 10 o'clock. After the break, I'm going to discuss the different styles of leadership. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag. Malinaw tayo hanggang dito? Malinaw tayo hanggang dito ha? Sige. So break muna. Go. Sige po, ready na po tayo. Okay, on na po yung cam. On na po yung camera natin. Ready na po tayo? Ready? Sige, sulitin natin. Nurses, again, how many nurses styles of leadership do we have? Unang tanong, how many styles of leadership do we have? How many styles of leadership do we have? 4. Anong to? Hindi types yung tinatanong ko, sasabunutan ko yung bulbul mo. Ulitin natin. How many styles of leadership do we have? 4. So what are the 4 styles of leadership? That is your autocratic, democratic, laissez-faire, and your bureaucratic. Ulitin natin. How many styles of leadership do we have? 4. But my question now is, how many common styles of leadership do we use? 3. Why? O, makinig sa akin. Because always remember, if we're talking about nurses, the styles of leadership is what the leader often use, especially when it comes to decision-making and problem solving. And when it comes to decision-making and problem solving, tatlo ang madalas na ginagamit ni leader mo. And what are the 3 common styles of leadership? Number 1, you have your autocratic. Second, you have your democratic. And the last, you have your laissez-faire. Nagkakaintindihan bakit hindi masyadong ginagamit sa bureaucratic? Because always remember, bureaucratic nurse focuses more on rules and regulations. Inulit ko. Bureaucratic kasi focuses more on rules and regulations. Pag sinabi natin yung rules and regulations, ibig sabihin, ito mo yung mga leader na by the book. Sila yung mga by the book, meaning, kung ano lang yung nakasulat sa libro, yun lang ang gagawin nila. Hindi sila lalagpas doon. Pag nagkaroon ng problema si leader, nurses, madalas, hindi naman yun yung una niyang ginagamit. Itong 3 ang madalas nating ginagamit. Maliwanag po tayo. Maliwanag. Maliwanag. Yes, ulitin natin. How many styles of leadership do we have? 4. But how many common styles of leadership do we use? 3. What are the 3 common styles of leadership? What are the 3 common styles of leadership? Autocratic, democratic, and laissez-faire. Bakit hindi nga ulit masyadong ginagamit si bureaucratic? What is the focus of bureaucratic? Rules and regulations. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag po tayo. Now my question is, what is autocratic? Pag sinabi natin autocratic nurse, autocratic is the leader focus. Again, autocratic is the leader focus. Pag sinabi natin leader focus, leader focus, leader focus, in short, sinong nasusunod? Leader. Sinong nagdi-decide? Leader. Sinong kumikilos? Si leader. Question, may members ka ba dito? Yes, but the question is, ang members mo dito, may bosses o wala? Wala. Kasi sino lang ang nasusunod? Si leader lang. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag. Now what about democratic? In democratic nurse, members have a voice in decision making. Again, in democratic, members have a voice in decision making. Members have a voice in decision making, and the leader acts as a dictator. Again, members have a voice in decision making and the leader acts as a facilitator. Again, members have a voice in decision making and the leader acts as a facilitator. In short, in democratic. Ang members mo dito, may boses o wala? Meron. So meaning, can they give opinion? Yes. Can they give suggestion? Yes. Pero ang tanong ko, basically, sino pa rin nurses ang nagdi-decide? Si leader pa rin. But this time, nurse, the decision of the leader is now based on the suggestion of the members. That is your democratic. Now, what about laissez-faire? Pag sinabi naman nating laissez-faire, nurse, laissez-faire is the member-focused. Again, laissez-faire is the member-focused. Pag sinabi kong member-focused, 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 question, sinong nasusunod? Members. Sino nagdi-decide? Members. Kanya-kanya ba ang members dito? Yes. Question, may leader ka ba dito? May leader ka ba dito? Yes. Kaso anong sinasabi ng nakararami? Ang sabi ng marami, ang leader daw dito ay parang decoration. Bakit? Kasi sino daw ang nasusunod? Members lang. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag po tayo. So, itin natin how many styles of leadership do we have? 4. But how many common styles of leadership do we use? 3. What are the 3 common styles of leadership? Autocratic, democratic, and laissez-faire. Bakit nga hindi masyadong ginagamit si bureaucratic? What is the focus of bureaucratic? Rules and regulation. Sino ang leader focus? Autocratic. Pag sinabi natin autocratic, sino lang ang susunod? Si leader. Si nurses. In democratic, does the member have a voice? Yes. Can they give suggestion? Yes. Can they give opinion? Yes. In laissez-faire, sino lang ang nasusunod? Members. Si leader daw ay parang decoration. Now, my next question now is there a best style of leadership? Kasi sabi natin, in democratic, si leader lang ang susunod. Members do not have a voice. In democratic, members, nurses can give suggestion. They can share their opinion. So members here have a voice. In laissez-faire, si leader daw ay parang decoration. My question now is there a best style of leadership? Yes or no? Is there a best style? None. Nagkakaintindihan. Dito papasok, nurse, one theory of leadership. Dito papasok one theory of leadership, and that is your contingency theory. Dito papasok, nurses, ang iyong contingency theory. Now, always remember, always remember, I don't discuss nurses' theories of leadership. If you're expecting me to discuss the theories of leadership, nurses, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I don't discuss theories. Why? Because it's a waste of time. It's a waste of time. Bakit? Hindi naman lumalabas sa board. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Mahaba po ang LM ko. Mas marami po akong importanteng concept na kailangan i-discuss dito. Hindi yan lumalabas sa board. Kung lumabas man yan, pa isa-isa lang, pa dalawa-dalawa lang, alam niyo pa yung mga yan. Nagkakaintindihan. Sila great man theory, servant leadership theory, charismatic theory. So I don't discuss the theories of leadership. Yung nurses funda nyo, yung theory yung sa funda, yun aralin nyo. May tinatanong pa doon. Pero sa theories of leadership, I don't discuss that anymore. Kayo nang bahala dyan. Nagkakaintindihan po tayo. Maliwanag. Maliwanag. Yes. Now, what do I want you to remember with regard, nurses, to your contingency theory? Always remember, according to the contingency theory, a leadership style. Again, according to the contingency theory, a leadership style may or may not be effective. Again, a leadership style may or may not be effective depending on the situation. Again, A leadership style may or may not be effective depending on the situation. Again, leadership style may or may not be effective depending on the situation. Leadership style may or may not be effective depending on the situation. In short, can you use autocratic at all times? No. Can you use democratic at all times? No. Can you use laissez-faire at all times? No. It will always depend on the situation. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag? Yes. O question, when is the best time now to use autocratic? When is the best time to use autocratic? Very good. During emergency. During emergency, nurse. During crisis situation. Nagkakaintindihan. Nurses, during emergency, during crisis situation. The question now is, why emergency? Question is, why emergency? Ang problema, sinabi sa'yo ng teacher mo that the best time to use laissez-faire, the best time to use autocratic is during emergency without even explaining why. So kinakailangan, alam nyo kung bakit. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag po tayo. Maliwanag po tayo. Para kahit paano ka paikot-ikuti ng BON mo sa board, you can answer these questions. Now, why is autocratic the best during emergency? O question, are you done with psych? Are you done with psych? Yes. O question, according to your psych, how many levels of anxiety? Sino nag-psych sa inyo? Sige, matanong ko. Sino po nag-psych sa inyo? Si Kenneth. Kenneth was my previous student. Dati kong estudyante yan. Way back ba? In Lawag. Okay? Dati kong student yan si Kenneth. Now, anyhow, nurses, mind you ha, psych is also my forte. Para po nagkakaintindihan tayo. Pagdating sa psych, hindi mo ako nurses maluloko. Now, psych is also my forte. Nung nagsi-CI pa po ako, o nag-CI din ako, Diyos ko Lord. O nurses, nung nagsi-CI po ako, yan po nurses, ang tinuturo ko pag first sem. Second sem, Prof. Ad. But I follow up students in a private psychiatric facility. Ayoko kasi sa NCMH. Ayoko kasi sa NCMH. NCMH kasi, isang ward lang kayo eh. Tapos isang sakit lang nakikita mo. Usually, schizo lang. So, ayoko doon. So, ako, I follow up my students, nurse. Private psychiatric facility. Doon, nurses sa facility, almost lahat ng cases nandoon na. Kaya pag umikot sa akin ng estudyante, parang nakita na nilang buong site. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag. Maliwanag. Okay? Sige. Question. How many levels of anxiety do we have? According to Kenneth, how many levels of anxiety do we have? 4. Nagkakaintindihan. What are your 4 levels of anxiety? What are your 4 levels of anxiety? You have the mild, moderate, severe, panic. My question now is, nurses, during emergency, kung ikaw ang leader, during emergency, what will be the level of anxiety of your members? Question, during emergency, what will be the level of anxiety of your members? Sige makinig. Do not answer me, panic. Do not answer me. Anong mild? Saan ka nakakita ng emergency? Mild lang. Hayop ka, nasusunog na yung bahay mo. Okay po, mild lang pong anxiety natin, nasusunog po ang bahay. Unti-unti po natin kunin ang mga alahas, ang titulo ng lupa, sasabunutan ko yung bulbul mo. Question. Nurses, during emergency, what will be the level of anxiety of the members? Do not answer me, panic. Do not even answer severe. Why? Makinig, maigi. Makinig. If I'm going to ask you, makinig ha. If I'm going to ask you, nurse, what will be the level of anxiety of a person in a certain situation? You don't give me specific. Never give me specific. Why? Because not all people, nurses, deal with the situation with the same level of anxiety. Bakit? Tanungin kita, hayop ka. Pag emergency, dapat automatic lahat ng staff mo magpanik. So pag hindi nagpapanik yung staff mo, magagalit ka. Ba't hindi ka nagpapanik? Ba't hindi ka nagpapanik? Emergency tayo, magpanik ka, magpanik ka. Isasabunutan ko yung bulbul mo. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayo? Maliwanag ba tayo? Maliwanag. O natatawa ka sa kalokohan mong hayop ka. O inuulit ko ha, if I'm going to ask you, what will be the anxiety of a person in a certain situation, you don't give me specific. Why? Kasi nagre-range yan. Nagre-range yan. But, if I'm going to give you a symptom, makinig. If I'm going to give you a symptom, that's the time that you give me specific. Why? Always remember, we are symptom-based. We are not situation-based. We are symptom-based. We don't diagnose a person based on the situation, but based on the symptoms. Nagkakaintindihan po tayo. Maliwanag ba? O sino may... Maliwanag ba? Sino may selective inattention? Moderate yan. Sino may psychological pain? Severe yan. Sino nurses ang may hallucination? Panic yan. So if I'm going to give you a situation, that's that nurses. Again, nurses, you don't give me specific kasi nagre-range yan. But in emergency case, it will only range nurses from severe to panic. So meaning, if the range is from severe to panic, meaning nurses, do they have a high level of anxiety? Do they have a high level of anxiety? Yes, nagkakaintindihan. Now, nurses, since they have a high level of anxiety, question is, are they capable of problem solving? Are they capable of problem solving? No. Are they capable of decision making? No. In short, nurses, as a leader, mapapakinabangan mo yung members mo? As a leader, mapapakinabangan mo ba yung members mo? No. Bakit? Unang tanong, magulo ba ang utak niyan? Magulo ba ang utak niyan? Yes. Nurses. Again, nurses, do they even need your supervision? Yes. That's the reason why. Who decides for them? Who decides for them? It's the leader. What's the reason why is the leader the one deciding? Because the members are incapable of decision making. Why? Nurses, mataas ang anxiety niyan. Magulo ang utak nila. They cannot make decisions. Kaya nurses, mapapakinabangan mo ba sila? Hindi. Kaya sino magdi-decide para sa kanila? Leader. That's why autocratic is best during emergency. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag. Yes. So itinari, why is autocratic the best during emergency? Because members are incapable of decision making. Anong anxiety? Sasabunutan ko yung bulbul mo. Ulitin natin. Why is nurses autocratic the best during emergency? Guys, utilize your chat box. Ano ba naman yan? Sabi ko, I want this to be interactive. Utang na loob, sumagot po kayo. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayo? Maliwanag ba tayo? Now, wag po tayo matakot magkamali. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Wag matakot magkamali. Anong lagi mong tatandaan? In the review, okay lang magkamali. Nagkakaintindihan po tayo. Maliwanag, meron tayong kasabihan. Experience is the best teacher. We learn from our mistakes. Do you agree? Yes or no? Again, nurses, we learn from our mistakes. Always remember, in the review, okay lang magkamali. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Yes. Saan po bawal magkamali? Sa board exam. Kaya dito, nurses, ubusin naman muna ang pagkakamali mo. Now dito, sa review, dapat sagot lang ng sagot. Why? Ganito lang kasimple. Pag ikaw sumagot sa review at ikaw ay nagkamali, question, matatandaan mo ba ang pagkakamali mo? Matatandaan mo ba ang pagkakamali mo? Yes. Question. Pag yan lumabas sa board, nurses, are you going to answer again the wrong answer? No. Why? Because you've remembered your mistakes. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Nag-uusap. Yes. O question. Kung wala kang isasagot, may matatandaan ka? Wala. Kaya nga inuulit ko, in the review, okay lang magkamali. Saan bawal magkamali? Sa board exam. Kaya sa review, sagot lang ng sagot. Personally sa akin, para nagkakaintindihan tayo. Personally sa akin, walang problema kung magkamali ka. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag tayo. Yes, sa akin, the more you commit mistakes, mas natutuwa ako. Bakit? Because sa akin, the more you commit mistakes, nurses, mas marami ka bang natatandaan? Yes, so mas marami kang natututunan. So personally sa akin, walang problema magkamali. Nurses, the more you commit mistakes, mas natutuwa ako kasi mas marami ka nang natutunan. Lagi mong tatandaan, in the review, okay lang magkamali. Saan bawal magkamali? Sa board. Huwag kang mahihiya sa kaklase mo. Ay shit, nagkamali ako, nakakahiya. No! Huwag kang mahihiya sa kaklase mo. Balay mo yung kaklase mo, nakatsamba lang, hayop yan. Nagkakaintindihan ba? So do not be afraid to get wrong answers. Nagkakaintindihan. Pag nagkamali ka, pagtawanan mo lang ang pagkakamali mo. But you learn from it. Nagkakaintindihan po tayo. Maliwanag. Honestly, ganyan kami sa law school. Sa law school, we're not afraid to get wrong answers. Why? Because we learn from it. Nurses sa law school, maniwala kayo sa hindi, wala pong nagle-lecture doon. Hindi po uso ang lecture sa law school. Hindi ka tulad nurses sa nursing, may lecture ka. Kahit mag-med ka, ang prof mo, magle-lecture. Sa law school, hindi. Sa law school, bibigyan ka lang ng assignment. Katulad ako, pina-assignment ko nurses 3 chapters. That's more than 200 pages. But nurses, babasahin lang nila yun. Pagpasok ngayon ng prof sa classroom, hindi magle-lecture ang prof. Pagpasok ng prof sa classroom, magbabalasa lang kami ng class card. Tapos bubunot lang, karampel, o tayo ka. Recitation lang yon. Bobombahin ka ng tanong ng teacher mo, ng prof mo. Socratic method kasi. Magtatanong lang kami, sasagot ka ng sasagot. Ang problema, hindi mo ba alam kung tama o mali ang sinagot mo. Malalaman mo lang minsan na mali ka pag nagtawag ulit nurses ng isa pa, same question. Ibig sabihin mali ka nun. Magugulat ka na lang lahat kayo nakatayo na. In short, walang nakatama. Nagkakaintindihan ba? O nurses, pero sa amin, hindi sa amin big deal yun. Pag kami nagkamali, after the class, paglabas namin ng classroom, nagtatawanan lang kami. Pinagtatawanan namin yung pagkakamali namin. But we learn from it. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayo? Maliwanag. Maliwanag. Yes, it's the Socratic method of nurses of teaching. Okay? So walang nurses. Lahat iilisit mo nurses doon sa iyong estudyante. Hindi nagtuturo ang teacher. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag. So wag matakot magkamali ha. Sumagot. Utang na loob. Utilize your chat box. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag. Sige, so ulitin natin. Nurses, why is emergency the best use in autocracy? Because members are incapable of decision making. Kaya sino nagdi-decide para sa kanila? Leader. Now, what about democratic? Always remember, democratic naman, nurse, is best to use when you need the compliance of the members. Democratic is best to use when you need the compliance of the members. Pag sinabi natin compliance is pagsunod. Compliance nurse is pagsunod. Meaning, kung gusto mong siguradong susunod sa'yo ang members mo, ano daw ang gagamitin mo? Kung gusto mong siguradong susunod sa'yo ang members mo, ano daw ang gagamitin mo? Democratic. Question, bakit sila susunod sa'yo? Ulitin natin, do they have a voice in decision making? Yes. Participant ba sila sa problem solving? Yes. O tanong, kung pakiramdam nila, kasali sila sa desisyong ginawa. Question, mas ginaganahan ba sila magtrabaho? Yes. Kaya ulitin natin. When is the best time to use democratic? When is the best time to use democratic? Compliance. But question, is it the best during emergency? No. What is always the best during emergency? What is always the best during emergency? Autocratic. Now, what about laissez-faire? Question is, when is the best time to use laissez-faire? Sabi natin, laissez-faire is the member focus. Si leader daw ay parang decoration. Question, is there a best time to use laissez-faire? Is there a best time to use laissez-faire? Yes or no? Yes. Bakit? Hindi naman siya gagawing style eh. If there's no best time to use it. Nurses, and when is the best time to use laissez-faire? When the members are matured enough. Again, laissez-faire is best to use when the members are matured enough. Again, laissez-faire is best to use when the members are matured enough. Pag sinabi kong matured enough ang members mo, ibig sabihin, ito ba yung mga members na alam na nila ang trabaho nila? Yes. So meaning, kusa na bang kumikilos? Yes. Kusa na bang gumagalaw? Yes. In short, nurses, do they have initiative? Yes. Are they self-directed? Yes. So meaning, kailangan ba bang utusan? No. So therefore, kung hindi mo na sila kailangang utusan, si leader tuloy parang wala nang ginagawa. Kaya tuloy tinatawag siyang decoration. But that is not exactly the case. Always remember, in laissez-faire, the leader is not a decoration. O para nagkakaintindihan tayo. In laissez-faire, the leader is not actually a decoration here. In laissez-faire, the leader actually acts as a monitor. Again, in laissez-faire, the leader actually acts as a monitor. Pag sinabi natin monitor, ibig sabihin, sila na lang ang magsasabi kung anong tama at mali. Pero question is, pababayaan ka ba nila magtrabaho? Yes or no? Yes. Bakit? Matured ka ni. Alam na nila yung ginagawa mo. Alam mo na yung ginagawa mo. So kung magkakamali ka, sasabihin lang ni leader ko anong pagkakamali. Pero hahayaan ka niyang i-correct yun. Why? Because you are already matured enough. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag po tayo. Sige, ulitin natin. When is the best time to use laissez-faire? Again, when is the best time to use laissez-faire? When the members are matured. Ulitin natin, when is the best time to use laissez-faire? When the members are matured. Again, when is the best time to use laissez-faire? When the members are matured. Attorney, paulit-ulit. Bakit tayo nagpapaulit-ulit? So that you will have retention. So that you would remember, nurse, that the best time to use laissez-faire is when the members are matured. Why? Because laissez-faire, nurse, also happens when the manager is new in the unit. Again, laissez-faire also happens when the manager is new in the unit. Pag sinabi nating no, ibig sabihin, bago lang ba ang manager? Yes or no? Yes. O very good example, nurse. Very good example. Kunyari St. Luke's. Kunyari nag-resign nurses yung head nurse ng PIDSA ward. Now, hypothetically speaking, kunyari lang naman, wala kunyaring qualified sa loob ng St. Luke's to replace nurses yung nag-resign na head nurse. Kung walang qualified sa loob ng ospital, question, mapipilitan bang St. Luke's kumuha sa labas? Yes. O kunyari may nag-apply galing ng PGH. Question, yung nurse na nanggaling ng PGH, pagkapasok niya sa St. Luke's, uutusan niya ba agad yung staff niya? Uutusan niya ba agad yung staff niya? No. Hayaan ba munang staff ang kumilos? Yes. Hayaan ba munang staff ang mag-decide? Yes. Nagkakaintindihan. Bakit? Hindi niya ba kabisado eh. Ang policy sa loob ng ward, nagkakaintindihan ba? O question, if that happens, is that laissez-faire? Yes or no? Yes. So ulitin natin. Does it happen when the manager is new? Yes. But when is always the best time to use laissez-faire? When the members are matured. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Attorney, ano po bang problema? If the manager is new o makinig. Wala naman problema, nurse. Wala naman problema. If the manager is new, as long as your members are matured. Your problem is, if your manager is new and your members are immature. Question, kung immature ang members mo, can they abuse their temporary authority? Yes or no? Yes. Kaya ulitin natin, when is the best time to use laissez-faire? When the members are matured. But does it happen when the manager is new? Yes or no? Yes. So ulitin natin na, how many styles of leadership do we have? 4. But how many common styles of leadership do we use? 3. What are the 3 common styles of leadership? Autocratic, democratic, laissez-faire. Bakit hindi nga ulit natin ginagamit si democratic? Ba't hindi natin masyadong ginagamit si bureaucratic? What is the focus of bureaucratic? Rules and regulation. Again, best time to use autocratic? Emergency. Best time to use democratic? Compliance. Best time to use laissez-faire? When the members are matured. Very good. Ulitin natin. Again, how many types of leaders do we have? Hoy! Anong 4? Sasabunutan ko yung bulbul mo. Binabago mo yung lecture kung hayop ka. Ulitin natin, intindihin mo yung tanong ko. Huwag kang sagot ng sagot. Hayop ka, sasabunutan ko yung bulbul mo. Ulitin natin. How many types of leaders do we have? 2. What are 2 types of leaders? Formal and informal. Sino may posisyon? Formal. Sinong walang posisyon? Informal. Sinong tunay na leader? Formal. Sinong lideran? Informal. And how many common styles of leadership do we use? 3. What are the 3 common styles of leadership? Autocratic, democratic, and laissez-faire. Is there a best style of leadership? None. It will always depend on the situation. According to what theory? Contingency. Best time to use laissez-faire? When the members are matured. Best time to use autocratic? Emergency. Best time to use democratic? Compliance. Very good. Now, my next question is, so sabi natin, we have 2 types of leaders, and these leaders can use different styles of leadership. Now, the next question is, does all of your leaders have power and authority? Question, does all of your leaders have power? Does all of your leaders have authority? Ulitin natin. Does all of your leaders have power? Does all of your leaders have authority? O sige, tingnan ngayon natin, nurse. Let's try to look into if all of your leaders have power and authority. So let's discuss now, nurse. Power and authority. Let's start with authority. Now, what is authority? Pag sinabi nating authority, nurse, authority is the legitimate right. Again, this is the legitimate right to give command. Again, This is the legitimate right to give command. Pag sinabi nating legitimate right to give command, ibig sabihin, legal daw ba ang kanyang karapatang mag-utos? Yes. Now, always remember, nurse, for it to be legal, always remember that authority, nurse, is an officially sanctioned responsibility. Again, this is an officially sanctioned responsibility. Pag sinabi kong officially sanctioned responsibility, ibig sabihin, officially daw bang ibinibigay sa kanya ang karapatang mag-utos? Yes. Question, for it to be official, do you need to be officially appointed? Yes. Do you need to be officially elected? Yes. Do you need to have a position? Yes. So ulitin ko ang tanong, does all of your leaders have authority? Sige! Sa sumagot ng yes, let's go back again to your basic. Let's go back to your basic. Di ba sabi ko, wag mo bibitawan ang basic mo. Ulitin natin. How many types of leaders do we have? 2. What are 2 types of leaders? Formal and informal. Pag sinabi natin formal, may posisyon o wala? Meron. Informal, may posisyon o wala? Wala. Sino may authority? Formal. So ulitin natin. Does all of your leaders now have authority? No. So ulitin natin, sino may authority? Formal, informal? Formal. May posisyon o wala? Meron. So ulitin natin, does all of your leaders have authority? No. But the next question is, does all of your leaders kaya have power? Question now is, what is power? Pag sinabi natin power, nurse, power is the ability. This is the ability to obtain, retain, and motivate other people to perform. This is the ability to obtain, retain, and motivate other people to perform. Again, this is the ability to obtain, retain, and motivate other people to perform. Ability to obtain, retain, and motivate other people to perform. Oh, tanong ulitin natin. How many types of leaders do we have? 2. What are 2 types of leaders? Formal and informal. O tanong, nurses, ang formal leaders mo, nurses, can they obtain, retain, and motivate other people to perform? Yes. Can your informal leaders also obtain, retain, and motivate other people to perform? Yes. So ulit yung tanong, does all of your leaders have authority? No. But does all of your leaders have power? Yes. Now, the next question is, since all of your leaders have power, ang tanong ngayon, saan ang gagaling ang nalalaman ng leader mo? What are the sources of power? O, saan ang gagaling ang kapangyarihan ng leader mo? What are the sources of power? Saan ang galing ang kapangyarihan ni leader? Nanggaling ba to sa akin na binato ko? Tapos sinalunilang hayop yan. O, what are the sources of power? Now, always remember, for the sources of power, you have the mnemonic L.R. Christ. Ba't may sumasagot dito, hindi ko pa binibigay? Naging estudyante na ba kita, Bea? Kasi inuunahan mo na ako eh. Naging estudyante ba kita? Bea? Have you been my student? Hoy, kahit nasabi ko yan kanina, pero hindi nyo alam na dito yan ginagamit. Sasabunutan ko yung bulbul nyo. Alam ka naman na una yan sa, sasabunutan ko yung bulbul nitong mga to. Naging estudyante ko si Bea. Sige. Wag mo akong pangunahan, Bea. Pag hindi ikaw mag-lecture ditong hayop ka. Nagkakaintindihan ba, sasabunutan ko yung bulbul mo. Oh. Sige, ulitin natin ha. Again, what is your mnemonic? LR Christ. Again, what is your mnemonic? LR Christ. Dalawa yung C ha, dalawa yung C, dalawa yung C, dalawa yung C. Now, what is LR Christ? L nurses actually stands for your legitimate power. L nurses stands for your legitimate power. Pag sinabi natin legitimate power, nurses, these are the people who hold a position in the organization. Legitimate power are the people who hold a position in the organization. These are the people who hold a position in the organization. Question, may posisyon o wala? Meron. Therefore, nurses, formal, informal. Formal. In short, ang formal leaders mo, do they have authority? Yes. Do they also have power? Yes. What type of power? Legitimate. Because they hold a position. Nagkakaintindihan ba? In the Philippines, who is the most powerful person who has the legitimate power? The president. And who is your president right now? Baby M. Do you agree? Yes or no? Yes. In short, kahit ayaw mo kay Baby M, kahit puro party si Baby M, nurses, is he still powerful? Yes or no? Yes. Why? What type of power does Baby M have? Legitimate. Nagkakaintindihan. So kahit ayaw mo sa kanya, yung mga pinklawan dyan, yung mga dilawan dyan, wala ka nang magagawa. Bakit? May nanalo na. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag. So kahit ayaw mo sa kanya, wala ka nang magagawa because what type of power does BBM nurses again possess? Legitimate power. Ako ayoko din sa kanya. Ayoko sa kanya. Ayoko din kay Lenny. Para nagkakaintindihan tayo ha. Nurses. Kaya nga, nung tumakbo sila, pareho, in the vice presidency, di ba vice president, wherein si Lenny yung nanalo? I never voted for vice president. I only voted for president back then. And the president I voted that nurses last time was Miriam. Si Miriam, the president that we never had. Kaya maintindihan. Nurses, kaya pagdating nurses nung vice president, wala akong binoto. So that was also the same. Nurses, nung tumakbo silang presidente, nung tumakbo silang presidente, wala din akong binoto sa kanila because I do not like them both. Why? Because my reason is, hanggat may kulay kang hinahawakan. Yung isa pula, di ba? Yung isa nurses, pinklawan, na dating dilawan. Ewan ko kung nalubog siguro sa food coloring, nagkakaintindihan ba? O nurses, hanggat may kulay kang hinahawakan, you can never unite the Filipino people. That's why I do not like them both. Kaya wala akong binoto sa kanila. Kaya nung time na, pwede daw ba yun? Oo, pwede yun. Hindi naman requirement. Hindi naman requirement pag bumoto ka, kailangan kumpletuhin mo. Ano yan, quiz? Pag hindi mo na kumpleto, bagsak ka sa pagboto mo, walang ganun, Mars. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Kakaloka tong mga to. Kaya nung time ng election, nurse, hindi ako bumoto. Okay, I was in Tawi-Tawi back then. I nurses worked as an election lawyer for nurses, yung gubernatorial and congressman nurses na candidate in Tawi-Tawi. Kasi sa Tawi-Tawi, at least doon, sa magiging nurses, election lawyer ko, binayaran ako. Okay? May bayad ako doon. 220,000 pesos. Beses, mukha akong pera. Nagkakaya. Mukha akong pera. At least doon binayaran ako 220,000. O bakit? Pag binoto kong isa sa kanila, babayaran ba nila ako kahit 100,000? Wala, Mars! Nagkakaintindihan ba? O bahala na kayo sa buhay nyo. Pero inuulit ko nga, kasi nurses, kahit ayaw mo sa kanilang pareho, kung nurses may nanalo na sa kanila, wala ka nang magagawa. Kasi nga, ulitin natin. Again, nurses, anong power meron si BBM? Legitimate. Nagkakaintindihan ba? So kayong mga pinklawan, kayong mga dilawan, huwag na kayong mag-rally-rally. Wala na rin magagawa yan, panggulo lang din yan. Guguluhin lang natin ang Pilipinas lalo. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Nurses, you do yourself. Nagkakaintindihan, ganun lang sa akin. Yun lang nurses ang paniniwala ko, perception ko sa sarili ko. You do yourself. Maliwanag. Wala naman, kahit na binutong pa yan si BBM, o kahit yan si Lenny, hindi ka naman yung matutulungan para yumaman. So you do yourself. Nurses, magtrabaho ka para sa sarili mo. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Huwag kang umasa sa mga politiko. Nasasabihin na nurses, iaangat nila ang buhay mo. Walang ganun, Mars. Hanggang ngayon, mahal pa rin nurses ang ang sibuyas. Nanggigigil ako. Mahal ng sibuyas, mahal pang itlog. Kunti na lang, pag nang mahal nurses ang kamatis, wala na mag-omelette. Nagkakaintindihan. Ko, naluloko ako sa Pilipinas. Nagkakaintindihan. So inuulit ko, anong power meron si BBM? Legitimate. Another nurses we have. Nurses is the R. R naman nurse stands for your reward power. Now what is reward? Pag sinabi naman natin reward power nurse, reward power is the ability to give incentives and benefits. This is the ability to give incentives and benefits. Ability to give incentives and benefits. Ability to give incentives and benefits. Nurses. Now, in psychiatric of nursing, this is the same as what we call as the positive reinforcement. This is the same as your positive reinforcement or what we call as the token economy. Again, this is what we call as the positive reinforcement or what we call as your token economy. Nurse, ibig sabihin, for example, kung alam mong may incentive kang makukuha, susunod ka ba? Yes. O tanong, ang mga teachers ninyo, do they have reward power? Do they have reward power? Yes. O di ba pansinin mo yung iba yung mga teacher, pag nagpapa-project, biglang mag-a-announce yung teacher mo. Those who will pass the project ahead of time, I will give you +10. O tanong, hindi ba tang estudyante nagkakandara pa sa +10? Do you agree, yes or no? Yes, that is what we call reward power. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayo? Maliwanag. Yes, ako ginamit ko yan. Ginamit ko yun sa anak ko. Yung panganay kong anak. Yung panganay kong anak, bading yun. Bading, nurses. Yun nga lang, problema ko po yun, nurses. Nung nurses grade school siya. Nung grade school kasi siya, he studied in an exclusive school for boys dito sa Quezon City. Claret School of Quezon City. Now, ang problema ko, nung grade school siya, nurse, lahat ng grade, palakol. Line of 7, kulay pula lahat ng class card. Nurses. So sabi ko, problema ko talaga. So pagdating ko ngayon, nurses, ng high school niya, nilipat ko ng school. Nilipat ko ng school, co-ed. UST Angelicum. Si ang Angelicum school ngayon is UST na yan eh. Nurses, dun kasi modular. Modular, so walang grade. Walang grade. Pero, you have to finish the module. If you will not be able to finish the module, mag-extend ka. Pero at least hindi ako na nurses na stress. Na nurses puro pala ko lang grade. Kasi walang grade eh. At the end, nurses, pagka-graduate mo, doon na lang binibigyan ng equivalent mark. Yung nurses, yung mga ginawa mo. Nurses, pero ang problema ko, kahit modular, nalilate pa rin. May mga summer siyang hindi siya nakakapag-summer kasi kailangan niyang tapusin yung module niya. Kasi kung hindi, mag-extend siya. Nurses, so pagdating ngayon ng college, because I have to watch out, of course, for his education, sabi ko sa kanya, nurses, ganito na lang, anak. Sabi ko sa kanya, if you will be able to graduate with Latin honors, so I don't care kung summa cum laude, magna cum laude, or even cum laude. Basta as long as he will graduate with Latin honors, sabi ko sa kanya, bibigyan ko siyang kotse. Ang problema, besh, shit, graduate, cum laude, hayop yan. May utang tuloy akong kotse. Nagkakaintindihan ba? O di bang buwisit yan? Kaya naman pala. Do you agree, yes or no? Yes, and that is what we call reward power. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayo? Maliwanag? Yes, pero syempre, kung may reward ka, nurses, may kabaligtaran ng reward. And another nurses is what we call as your coercive power. Now, what is now coercive? Coercive nurses, coercive power is the ability to give fear and punishment. Again, coercive power is the ability to give fear and punishment. Again, this is the ability to give fear and punishment. Ability to give fear and punishment. Question. Ang mga CI ninyo, do they have coercive power? Yes. Pag nagkamali ka sa area. Question. Pwede ka bang i-zero? Yeah. Pag nagkamali ka sa area, anong pinagagawa pala sa'yo? Zero tuloy. Again, nurses, pag nagkamali ka sa area, anong pinapagawa sa'yo? IR. Question, is that a form of coercive power? Yes or no? Yes. Ang mga teachers ninyo, do they also have coercive power? Yes or no? Ang mga teachers ninyo, do they also have coercive power? Yes. Pag nurses, pag nahuli kang nangungopia, question, pwede ka bang i-zero? Yes or no? Yes. Is that nurses an exercise of your coercive power? Yes or no? Yes. Ako naman, ginawa ko naman yan dito sa bunso kong anak. Kasi apparently, syempre UP yung anak ko. So nung nurses face-to-face dati, hindi ko problema. Hindi ko problema nurse dati yung pag-aaral niya. Nurses, kaso nga nung nag-pandemic, syempre, pandemic, Zoom. Do you agree? Tulad nyo, mga pinalaki kayo ng Zoom, hindi kayo pinalaki ng sex bomb. Nagkakaintindihan ba? O nurses, syempre Zoom nurses, again, lagi nakaharap sa computer. So dito na nakikita ko, habang nag-Zoom nurses, nagka-class, nakabukas yung Discord. So kausap yung mga kaklase, hindi pa yun. Dahil nakaharap sa computer, itong isa kong anak na to, medyo addict sa computer eh. Nurses, lagi naglalaro nurses ng Roblox, nurses ng Minecraft, nurses, at nurses, magaling to sa ML. Magaling siya sa ML. Ultimo mga tito niya, binubuhat niya sa ML, nagkakaintindihan. Ngayon ang kinakaadikan, Valorant, nagkakaintindihan. Sa Valorant naman, binubuhat naman niya yung kuya niya. So nurses, ang naging problema ko, dahil nakapokus nga, di ba? Hindi ko rin kasi masyado nang monitor. Although nurses, yung Google Classroom niya, nakalink sa nurses sa iPad ko. But since I'm a very busy person, hindi ko na-monitor. So dumating ngayon yung time na nag-message na sa akin yung teacher. Apparently, itong anak ko, nurses, may mga 40 plus na hindi pa nagagawa na to-dos. And nurses, deadline na ng Friday. Kasi kung hindi nurses, pasahan na ng grade, walang magiging grade yung anak ko. So nurses, anong ginawa ko sa anak ko? Kinuha ko ang cellphone. Sabi ko, bawal kang cellphone. Nurses, sa laptop, bawal kang maglaro sa laptop. Bawal din mag PS5. Kasi may PS5 din kami sa bahay eh. Sabi ko, bawal lahat yan hanggat hindi mo natatapos yung to-dos mo. Besh, Wednesday pa lang, natapos ang to-dos. Kaya naman pala. Do you agree? Yes or no? Yes. And that is what we call coercive. Nagkakaintindihan po tayo. Maliwanag? Yes. So another C nurses that we have is what we call as your connection power. Another we have is what we call as your connection power. Now, what is connection? Pag sinabi natin connection power, nurses, these are the people, connection. These are nurses, the people you know. Connection power are the people you know. Pag sinabi kong people you know, ibig sabihin, ito ba yung mga taong maraming kakilala? Yes or no? Yes. Question, kung marami kang kakilala, are you considered powerful? Yes or no? Yes! Oh, very good example. Very good example. Huwag na tayong lumayo. Nurses, very good example. Sa gobyerno. Do you agree, yes or no? May kausap ba ako? Madalas sumangyari sa gobyerno. Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes! O wag na tayong lumayo. City Hall. O punta na tayo City Hall. Nurse, nag-aasikaso ka ng papeles sa City Hall. Wala kang kakilala sa City Hall. Question, pwede bang matabunan ang papeles mo? Yes! Pero kung may kakilala ka, question, wala bang 10 minutes? Na-process na ba ang papers mo? Yes! And that is what we call connection. Nagkakaintindihan. Ako, we use this connection power. I use this connection power. Ako kasi, I'm a member of sorority. Okay? I'm a member of Pi Sigma, Delta sorority. Yung mga brads ko sa fraternity, they're Pi Sigma, nurses fraternity. So I'm a member of a sorority fraternity. And nurses, my sorority is based on UP. Based on UP, pero nurses, nationwide kami. Nationwide. Marami din po kaming mga community chapters, maraming chapters sa ibang school. So we're very nationwide. And aside from that, very diverse kami. Diverse yung nurses fraternity sorority namin. Why? Kasi hindi lang kami mga abogado. So nurses of fraternity sorority namin, we have group of lawyers, meron nurses mga doktor, may mga engineers, nurses, may mga architect, iba-iba. May teachers. O katulad niya, yung bunso kong anak, ano yun Boy Scout, nagbo-Boy Scout. Meron siyang darating na World Scouting Jamboree sa South Korea. Oo, may jamboree siya sa Korea itong August. So yung anak ko makakarating ng Korea, ikaw hindi pa. Nurses, sasama siya doon. Now, nurses, bago kasi yun, may mga camping din silang kailangan gawin dito. So nurses, ito nga yung teacher nga na may hawak ng Boy Scout. Nurses, nakita ko, inad ako ng Facebook. Inad ako sa Facebook. Nakita ko yung common friends namin, mga brads and sis ko. So nurses, sinanong ko, Sir, Pi Sigma ka ba? Tapos sinanong niya ako, Ma'am, yun din nga rin natanong ko Tatanungin ko sana kung Pi Sigma Delta ka. Nurses, apparently, mag-brads and sis kami. Kasi UP din siya UP din siya. So Pi Sigma siya from UP chapter. So nurses, so very diverse. Nurses, marami kami mga ano. Ngayon, if you would remember the pandemic, di ba? Naalala niyo ba yung COVID, lalo na nung surge? 2021? Do you still remember? Yung mga Delta variant? Do you still remember? Yes, noong time na may pandemic, nurse, mahirap. Nurses, makonfine sa ospital noon. Do you agree? Lalo na dito sa Maynila. Lalo dito sa Maynila, mahirap dati makonfine. Lalo na kung wala kang endorsement ng doktor. Bago ka i-confine sa mga hospital dito before, you need nurses endorsement from doctors. Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes, nagkakaintindihan ba? So nurses noong time na yon, dahil mahirap nurses makonfine, kasi we also feel victim of COVID. Nagkaroon din kami ng COVID sa pamilya. So nurses, nung may kailangan sa amin confine, dahil mahirap noon, dito ko nalaman na mga brads ako, nurses, doktor sa lung center. And lung center is of course one of the best hospitals kung COVID ang sakit mo. Bakit? Kasi yung COVID ang tinitira mo, tinitira din yan lungs Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes. So nurses, nung may kailangan sa amin makonfine, immediately, tinap ko yung brad ko na nagtatrabaho sa lung center na doktor. And immediately, nurses, walang kahirap-hirap. We were given endorsement. Nurses na confine yung kapatid ko. And that is what we call connection. Nagkakaintindihan po tayo. May liwanag. May nagtatanong sa akin, is fraternity sorority, sumasali daw ba for solely connection? No. No. Ay, kung ganun po kung ganun po ang pag-iisip mo kung bakit ka sumali ng sorority and fraternity, mali. Mali nurses yung purpose mo or yung reasoning mo why you joined the fraternity sorority. Kaya ako, I joined the fraternity sorority not only because of connection, but because of brotherhood and sisterhood. Nagtutulungan talaga kami. Okay? Pag merong nahihirapan, halimbawa, merong financially burdened na brothers and sis, na nangyari yan sa amin sa COVID. We share. We share nurses. Pag ikaw din may kailangan, andyan din yung mga brothers and sis mo, tutulungan ka para mo silang kapatid. Okay? Of course, there's connection. Hindi naman yun mawawala Pero yung tulungan, lalo na kami sa mga abogado, nagba-bar ops kami, nurses ng mga brothers and sis namin. We help them. Okay? Binibigyan namin ng notes, binibigyan namin, etc. Lahat yon. So kung ang nurses purpose mo is nurses connection, mali yun. Sa amin, ang frat namin, kasi ngayon merong issue, di ba? Yung tao gamma phi, lagi silang may issue eh. Hindi ko rin naiintindihan eh. Bakit kailangan mamatay nun? Eh, welcoming na lang yun, member na siya eh. Apparently, ang Adamson, na tao gamma phi, may ganung ugali. Kami, I am proud to say, in our fraternity sorority, wala pa sa aming namamatay. Because nurses, pag ikaw nurses, nag-final rites kami sa'yo, niyakap ka na namin bilang kapatid. So kung kapatid ka na, hindi mo dapat pinahihirapan yung kapatid mo ng gano'n, na halos patayin mo na. Mali sa amin yun. Tapos sa amin, pag nag-final rites kami, ang number 1 rule namin, bawal sa amin nakainom. Pag nakainom ka, out ka. Hindi ka pwedeng sumama sa amin. Kasi pwedeng magiging delikado yung ifa-final rites mo. Pag nurses, after na ng final rites, saka na inuman. Saka na inuman pagkatapos na. Tapos, i-join mo na nurses yung bago, yung recruit, yung neophyte. Kasi, welcoming mo na yon, brother mo na siya, sister mo na siya. Sa amin ganun. Hindi ko naiintindihan. Eh, hindi ko din, ayoko na lang magsalita. Okay? Basta sa amin, proud ako dun sa fraternity sorority ko. Pero yun. Hindi ako sumali doon for mere connection. It's brotherhood. It's merely brotherhood, sisterhood. Yung partners ko sa law firm, diba ako ang managing partner, 4 kami partners dyan. Lahat ng partners ko, brothers and sis ko. Yung associates ko, brothers and sis ko rin. Yung paralegal ko, sis ko rin. Now, ang purpose namin kung matinayo, it's not really for profit nurses generating. Of course, kasama yon para kumita kami bilang abogado. But mainly, tinayo namin yon, takbuhan ng mga bagong brothers and sisters for training ground. At para kumita din sila. Tinutulungan din namin silang kumita. So, hindi lang kami mga partners, pati mga brothers and sisters. Ganun po yung ginagawa namin. Okay? So, dun sa nagtanong kanina, sana nasagot ko yung tanong mo, buwisit ka. Chismoso kang hayop ka. Maliwanag ba tayo? Maliwanag. Okay? So, ulitin natin ha. Again, pag sinabi natin connection nurses are the people you know. Ito ba yung mga taong maraming kakilala? Yes or no? Yes. Another nurses are that we have is what we call a short reverent power. Now, what is reverent nurse? Reverent nurses pertains to your charisma. Reverent pertains to your charisma. Now, pag sinabi natin charisma, ito yung mga taong malakas ang appeal sa ibang tao. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag po. Yes, ito po yung mga taong kahit walang posisyon, sinusunod ba sila? Yes or no? Yes. Very good example. Huwag na tayong lumayo. Sa groupings ninyo. Di ba sa groupings ninyo may leader kayo? Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes, nagkakaintindihan ba? Nurses, so may grouping kayo, ang tanong, may leader kayo, pero ang tanong, meron din bang leader? Lideran. Yes, o hindi ba't minsan, mas sinusunod mo pa yung lideran kesa sa leader mo? Do you agree? Yes, kasi anong malakas sa kanila? Charisma. Anong power meron sila? Referent. And a very good example of this nurse, very good example of this is Erap. Again, a very good example of this is Erap. Oh, naalala niyo pa ba si Erap? Naalala niyo pa ba si Erap? Yes. Remember, Erap was also our president. Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes. Pero si Erap, no, nurses, he was impeached, nurses, as a president. Naalala niyo pa ba? Naalala niyo pa ba? Yes, no question. Nung ni-impeach si Erap bilang presidente, may posisyon na pa siya o wala na? Wala na. Pero ang tanong, pag si Erap noon nagsalita, marami bang naniniwala? Yes or no? Yes. Kasi anong malakas kay Erap? Charisma. Anong power nurses meron si Erap? Referent. That is the reason why. That is the reason why in the past presidential election wherein Noynoy won. Nung nanalo si Noynoy, naalala niyo ba? Naalala niyo ba? Sa totoo lang, si Noynoy, hindi naman siya dapat mananalo nun ng presidente. Bakit? Hindi nga din siya yung dapat tatakbo nun. Ang tatakbo ng president nun, si Mar Rojas dapat. Unfortunately, nurses, totoo yun si Mar Rojas. Kaso nga lang nagkataon, bago magkaroon ng presidential election, namatay si Cory. Marami ding nurses, mga loyalista din si Cory noon eh. So nung namatay si Cory, the sympathy now and the empathy, nurses, bumuhos nurses kay Noynoy. Lumakas ngayon yung nurses, approval rating ni Noynoy. Kaya si Noynoy ang tumakbo, si Noynoy ang nanalo. Pero mind you, in that presidential election, kung hindi si Noynoy tumakbo, hindi siya mananalo. Ang nagpangalawa sa presidential race noon was Erap. Considering that Erap was already impeached as a president and considering that Erap was a criminal. He was a criminal. He was convicted, nurses, of plunder. Naalala niyo pa ba? Nakulong si Erap, besh. Convicted po siya ng plunder. Nagkakaintindihan. What is plunder? Plunder is pandarambong. O nasa na yung iba kong mga estudyante? O, bakit nurses nag-off-cam na kayo? Gusto niyo bang lumayas ako? Huwag niyo akong gagalitin. Pag ako nagalit, lalayasan ko kayo. Pag nilayasan ko kayo, hanap kayong kasing galing ko. Ewan ko lang kung may makikita kayo. Ako na po yung pinakamagaling. Bubuhatin ko na po yung sarili kong bangko. Okay? Bubuhatin ko na yung sarili kong bangko. If I'm not the best lecturer in Palmr, nationwide, sa buong Pilipinas, I'm one of the best. But I believe I'm the best. Utang na loob. Sabi ko nga, nurses, almost 2 decades ko na itong tinuturo. Kabisado ko na ang board. Pag sinabi kong lalabas, lalabas. Pag sinabi kong sagot, sagot. Pag sinabi kong kapangyarihan, kapangyarihan. And mind you, nurses, ang way ng lecturing ko, nurses, hindi ko kayo pahihirapan. This will be the easiest. This will be the easiest lecture that you will ever have in Palmr Nurse. Easiest, but the most understandable, yet the most applicable in the board. Nagkakaintindihan ba? May kausap ako. Hindi ko po kayo pahihirapan. Hindi po ako pupunta dito sa harapan ninyo para magmukhang magaling lang. That I will bombard you, nurses, with information that you do not understand and you do not even need para lang magmukha akong magaling. Pero at the end of the day, pagdating ng board exam mo, hindi mo rin masagutan ng board. Hindi po yun ang purpose ko. Okay? Nagkakaintindihan na tayo. Ang purpose ko dito, kaya tayo nandito, para masagutan mo ang board mo. Ang ituturo ko sa'yo, how are you going to answer your board exam question? That's why, nurses, hindi ako tayo dito para maging magaling lang. Ang kailangan maturo ko sa'yo, paano mo sasagutan yung board? Kasi yun yung kailangan mo. Nagkakaintindihan, pero hindi ko po ito kayang mag-isa. Kailangan ko yung tulong mo. Kailangan mong tulungan ang iyong sarili. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayo? Maliwanag. Hanap kayong kasing galing ko. Wala na kayong makikita. Confident ako dyan. Nagkakaintindihan. Ako lang pong may taglay ng kapangyarihan, hayop ka. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayo? Maliwanag. Sasabunutan ko yung mga bulbul nyo. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Mag-on kayo ng cam. Tulungan mo yung sarili mo. You're at the comforts of your home. Ang nurse's kama mo is always your temptation. Unti-unti ka nang tatawagin ng kama mo. Hihiga ka. Pag higa mo, nurses, una nakikinig ka. Maya-maya tulog ka na. Magugulat ka tapos ng lecture, mag-isa ka na lang, hayop ka. Kilala kita. Nurses, 2 anak ko nag-zoom din. Nakita ko yung mga ginagawa nilang, buwisit ka. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayo? Maliwanag ha? So ulitin ko. Now, inulit ko, in that presidential election, nurses, nagpangalawa si Erap. Considering that Erap was a criminal, sabi ko nga, he was convicted of plunder. Plunder is pandarambong. Meaning, ninakaw mo yung kaban ng bayan. Nagkakaintindihan ba? And plunder is a heinous crime. It is, nurses, one of the list of the heinous crimes, nurses. And that is punishable by reclusion perpetua. Reclusion perpetua, nurse, is the imprisonment of 20 years plus 1 day. Up to 40 years of imprisonment. And this is a non-bailable offense. Nagkakaintindihan. And remember, Erap was convicted of plunder. Pero, nagpangalawa pa siya in the presidential race. Nurses, again, nurses, criminal na, nagpangalawa pa. Only in the Philippines. Do you agree? Yes or no? Do you agree, yes or no? Yes, nagkakaintindihan. Now the question is, paano nakatakbo si ERAP? Because if you could still remember, one of the prohibitions for you to run in office is nurses, if you're convicted of a crime involving moral turpitude. Nagkakaintindihan. Yan yung naging issue kay BBM. Hey, if you could still remember, yan yung naging issue kay BBM because BBM was also convicted. Oh, yung mga nurses loyalista dyan, yung mga solid north dyan, para naiintindihan mo, yung presidente mo, he's also convicted. There's a conviction, nurses, on BBM. Ang conviction niya is nurses, tax evasion. He never paid these taxes. He never filed nurses' income tax. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Hindi siya nag-file. He was convicted of that. He was convicted in the RTC. In the RTC, there was imprisonment. Now, the nurses appealed their case in the Court of the Tax Appeals. In the CTA, Court of Tax Appeals, nurses, he was still convicted. But there's a modification. Na-modify nurses yung penalty. Aside from nurses, instead of imprisonment, tinanggal yung imprisonment, payment of fine. But still, that is still a crime. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Okay? So in short, convicted pa rin siya. So may conviction. The only question was, is the conviction of BBM a crime involving moral turpitude? Apparently, it's not. Medyo malawak kasi moral turpitude eh. Apparently, it's not. That is the reason why BBM was able to run. Pero convicted din siya. Nagkakaintindihan tayo. Okay? Now, yung kay ERAP, the question is, he was convicted of plunder. Sabi ko nga, plunder is punishable by reclusion perpetua. O makinig kayo sa akin. If you will be convicted of a crime, makinig ka, if you will be convicted of a crime, aside from the imposable penalty is the imprisonment or fine or both. Okay? Aside from the imposable penalty, meron na yung tinatawag na accessory penalty. Pag sinabi natin accessory penalty, ito yung automatic, nakakabit doon sa imposable penalty. Now, for nurses, plunder, since it is punishable by reclusion perpetua, the accessory penalty is absolute disqualification to hold public office. Meaning, bawal siyang kumuha ng kahit anong posisyon sa gobyerno. Hindi siya pwedeng i-appoint sa kahit anong posisyon sa gobyerno. Aside from that, the right of suffrage is taken away from you. Tinatanggal yung nurses' right of suffrage mo. Pag sinabi natin right of suffrage, this is the right to vote and be voted for. Meaning, bawal kang tumakbo, bawal ka rin nurses bumoto. Now, remember, ERAP was convicted of plunder. In short, itong nurses absolute disqualification at yung right of suffrage niya, tinanggal sa kanya. And also, that is a prohibition under the Constitution. The question is, paano nakatakbo si ERAP? Makinig, makinig, makinig. Nurses, utang na loob, makinig ka para sa susunod na inuman, meron kang baon. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Para sa susunod na inuman, magmumukhang matalino, ikaw mag-i-introduce ng topic. Pag-usapan natin sa ERAP. Shit, besh. Mukha kang matalino, hayop ka. Nagkakaintindihan ba? O question is, bakit nakatakbo si ERAP? The reason, nurses, kung bakit nakatakbo si ERAP is because Gloria gave him pardon. Gloria, nurse, gave him pardon. Now, always remember, there is what we call executive clemency. Pag sinabi nating executive clemency, ito po yung pagpapatawad na presidente lang ang pwedeng magbigay. Now, under the executive nurses clemency, we have what we call the pardon. Now, dalawa po ang klase ng pardon. One is what we call your conditional pardon, and the other one is what we call the absolute pardon. What is a conditional pardon? Pag sinabi natin conditional pardon, meaning pinatawad ka sa kasalanan mo. So meaning, you will be liberated. Okay? So you will experience liberty. Makakalaya ka. But your liberty is subject to condition. So if you're going to violate the condition of the pardon, balik ka sa kulungan. That is conditional. Another, unconditional pardon. The crime is still attached to you. Meaning, nurses, if you are nurses, kung nurses, for example, you are guilty of homicide, so that is a reclusion temporal. O kunyari, nurses for stated homicide, reclusion temporal minimum ang binigay sa'yo. Reclusion temporal is imprisonment of 12 years plus 1 day, up to 20 years of imprisonment. Kunyari, reclusion temporal minimum, sabihin natin 14 years of imprisonment. So meaning, nurses, so yung crime is still attached to you. In short, the accessory penalty is also attached. So meaning, hindi ka pa rin pwedeng ma-appoint sa gobyerno for 14 years, hindi ka pa rin pwedeng bumoto, hindi ka pa rin pwedeng tumakbo. That is conditional pardon. What is absolute? Absolute pardon. In absolute pardon, it is as if the crime was not committed. In short, in absolute pardon, ang pagpapatawad sa iyo ng presidente ay buong buo. In short, burado ang record mo. Clean slate ka. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag. In short, kung burado ang record mo, the accessory penalty also does not exist. At ano ang pardon na binigay ni Gloria kay Erap? Absolute. Absolute. That's why Erap was able to run. Pero hindi pa rin attorney. Sabi po attorney, sa Constitution, the President can only run once. Diyos ko, narinig niyo ba yung truck ng basura namin? Nakakaloka yung basura, nasa tapat ng bahay ko. Oh, ulitin ko. Sabi sa Constitution, the President can only run once. It is not subject to re-election. Erap was already our president attorney. How come he was able to run again as a president? There is a prohibition. That is again correct. Provided nurse that the president was able to serve the Philippines as a president for at least 4 years. Erap! Diyos ko, nakikiduet nurses yung truck ng basura. Erap nurses did not make it 4 years. Erap did not make it 4 years. Ilang taon lang po nating presidente si Erap? 2.5. 2.5 taon lang natin siyang presidente. So hindi niya nabuo yung 4 na taon. That's why Erap was able to run. Nagkakaintindihan. Dito nyo rin makikita, matalino si Gloria. Dito yung makikita na matalino si Gloria. Why? Because when Erap was a president, when Erap was the president, the vice president at that time was Gloria. Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes. And according to the Constitution, by succession, if the president resigns, if the president will be impeached, if the president dies, the one that will replace him by succession is the vice president. Dito nyo makikita, matalino si Gloria. Bakit? Pina-impeach nila si Erap. Inintay muna nila mga 2.5 taon. Parang natitira na lang kay Erap 3.5. Hindi aabot ng 4. Kaya nung nurses pumalit, nurses si Gloria, 3.5 lang siyang naging presidente. Nung sumunod na eleksyon, she was again able to run. Ito na yung may Hello Garci. Naalala nyo na. Hello Garci, I am sorry. Nagkakaintindihan ba? On nurses. That's why, aside from President Ferdinand Marcos Sr., na longest president natin, another longest president was Gloria. Because Gloria was our president for 9.5 years. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Matalino si Gloria. Pero sabi nga natin, kahit convicted ba si Erap, kahit criminal si Erap, nagpangalawa pa rin ba? Yes or no? Yes, only in the Philippines. Dito, sa Pilipinas, kung gusto mo maging politiko at gusto mong manalo, 2 lang yan. Una, mag-artista ka, o pangalawa, maging criminal ka. Do you agree, yes or no? Yes. Oh, wag na tayong lumayo. Number 1 senator mo, sino? Sino number 1 senator mo, ngayop ka? Si Robin Padilla, o utang na loob, artista na, criminal din yan. There's also conviction nurses of Robin. Pero bakit nakatakbo si Robin? Because Robin was also given pardon, absolute pardon, by Noy Noy. Si Noy Noy naman ang nagbigay sa kanya absolute pardon. O di ba? Alam mo na, Besh. So nurses, kung may bala ka maging politiko, maging criminal ka muna. Kasi wala kang nurses mag-asang maging artista. Nakakaloka, buwisit tong Pilipinas na to. O ulitin natin. Again, Besh, sa susunod na inuman, may bago ka na. Mukha kang matalino, may baon, nagkakaintindihan. So ulitin natin. Again, nurses, anong malakas kay Ella? Charisma. Anong nurses power meron siya? Referent. Another now nurses power that we have is what we call a short information power. Di na daw siya tataka sa inuman, may pang-ambag na. Nangayop tong mga batan ko, sasabunutan ko yung mga bulbul. Another nurses power that we have is what we call as your information power. Now, what is information? Kung ang connection power mo, nurse, are the people you know. Information power naman are the people who knows. Information power are the people who knows. Pag sinabi nating people who knows, people who knows, people who knows, tanong, ito ba yung mga taong maraming alam? Yes or no? Yes. Question, kung marami kang alam, are you also considered powerful? Yes or no? Yes. Very good example. Very good example. Kunyari magtutour ka Europe. European tour. First time mo sa Europe. Nurses, question, the first time mo sa Europe, do you need a tourist guide? Yes or no? Yes. Bakit? Tanong. Ang tourist guide mo, siya ba nakakaalam ng mga bansang pupuntahan mo? Yes. Alam ba niya kung saan ang location ng mga tourist spots? Yes. Alam ba niya kung saan yung mga sasarap na mga restaurants? Yes. So, anong power meron ng tourist guide mo doon? Information. Another good example. Punta tayo sa nurses sa school ninyo. Question, nagjo-duty ba kayo sa affiliating hospitals? Nagjo-duty ba kayo sa affiliating hospitals? Yes. Question, kung nagjo-duty kayo sa affiliating hospitals, bago kayo mag-duty, nagtutour ba muna kayo? Yes. Tanong, sino nagtutour sa inyo? CI o classmate? CI. Pag classmate yan, automatic lahat kayo nasa mall. Do you agree? Yes or no? Yes. Bakit si CI? Question, si CI ba nakakaalam ng pasikot-sikot sa loob ng ospital? Yes. Alam ba niya kung saan nakalocate ang bawat ward? Yes. Alam ba niya kung sino lalapitan sa bawat area? Yes. Anong power meron ng CI mo doon? Information. Nagkakaintindihan tayo. Maliwanag. Yes. Now, the next power that we have is what we call as your expert power. Now, what is expert? Pag sinabi natin expert power is the ability. These are the people with special skills and abilities. Again, expert power are the people with special skills and abilities. These are the people with special skills and abilities. Very good example. Nurses, tanong, sino po sa inyo dito gustong matutong mag-drive ng kotse? Question, sino po dito gustong matutong mag-drive ng kotse? Yan, tanong ko sa inyo. Kung gusto mong matutong mag-drive ng kotse, question, kanino ka magpapaturo? Tanong, pwede ka magpaturo sa tricycle driver. Hindi, hayop ka. Pag sa tricycle driver ka magpapaturo, baka pagpasok niya ng kotse, ang unang hanapin niyan, yung tinatadyakan. Do you agree? Yes or no? Yes. Question, pwede ka ba magpaturo sa kanya? No. Pwede ka ba magpaturo sa mga driving schools? Yes. Professional drivers. Yes, because they have special skills and abilities. Now, the last power that we have, nurse. Now, kung wala ka man ng lahat ng yan, at least meron kang S. Now, what does S stands for? S, nurses, stands for your self-power. S, nurses, stands for your self-power. Now, what is self-power, nurse? Pag sinabi nating self-power is the ability. This is the power that emanates from self. Self-power is the power that emanates from self. Power that emanates from self due to maturity. Again, this is the power that emanates from self due to maturity, experience, or gender. Again, power that emanates from self due to maturity, experience, or gender. Power that emanates from self due to maturity, experience, or gender. In short, ito po ba ang kapangyarihan na nanggagaling sa iyong sarili? Yes. So meaning, is it your self-confidence? Yes. Is it your self-esteem? Yes. Ito ba yung mga taong malakas ang tiwala sa sarili? Yes or no? Yes. O tatanungin kita, kung malakas ang tiwala mo sa sarili mo, are you considered powerful? Yes or no? Yes. And what's a very good example? Very good example nito, yung mga sumasali sa mga beauty pageant. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Very good example. Yung mga Miss Universe, alam niyo yun? Yes. And a very good example of this nurse is Janina San Miguel. Question. Do you still remember Janina San Miguel when she joined the Binibining Pilipinas? Yes or no? Yes. Tinanong pa siya noon eh. Tinanong pa siya noon ni Paulo Billones. Sabi ni Paulo Billones sa kanya, you have won 2 major awards. Do you feel any pressure right now? Sumagot si Janina, no, I don't feel any pressure right now. Sabi ngayon sa kanya ni Paulo, confident. Pero, pagdating ng question and answer, tinanong na si Janina. The question for Janina was somewhat like this. Nurses, what do you think? Parang ganito yung tanong kay Janina. What do you think is the role of your family in this pageant? Sumagot si Janina. Sabi ni Janina, my family, there was, oh wait lang po. I told you I'm confident. You know, this is my first time I joined the pageant. Wait lang. My family, oh my God, my family. Shit, nakakaloka. Pero question is, nanalo pa rin ba si Janina? Yes, siya ang title holder noon. Siya ang nanalo ng Binibining Pilipinas World. Siya ang naging representative natin sa Miss World. Nagkakaintindihan. Because at that time, the Miss World is the most coveted title. Kasi wala pa tayong napapanood na Miss World eh. Puro runner-up lang tayo dati sa Miss World. Nagkakaintindihan ba? So that's the most coveted title. May mga Miss Universe na tayo eh. Wala pa tayong Miss World. Siya ang pinadala sa Miss World. Pero besh, utang na loob. Huwag ka nang nurses umasa, mananalo siya sa Miss World. Pagka ganun ang sagutan ay besh. Nurses nga ngayon, nagkakaintindihan ba? Hanggang Binibining Pilipinas lang, nagkakaintindihan ba? Pero question, anong power meron si Janina? Anong power meron si Janina? Self-power. Uy, pero si Janina yun, naging favorite siya sa Miss World. Di ba may mga favorites noon? Naging favorite si Janina noon. Pero syempre nga tayo doon, besh. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Again, anong power meron si Janina? Self-power. So ulitin natin. Again, what are again nurses your different sources of power? Ano nga ulit ang mnemonic? Ano nga ulit ang mnemonic natin? L are cries. Nurses, L stands for legitimate, reward is nurses, reward power, coercive, connection, referent, information, expert, and the last is your self-power. Alin nga dito nurse, if you're nurses, if you have special skills and abilities. Alin nga dito if you have special skills and abilities? Expert. Because you hold the position. Legitimate, nanggagaling sa iyong sarili. Self, because nurses, malakas ang appeal mo sa tao. Referent, you can give incentive. Reward, marami kang alam. Information, marami kang kakilala. Connection, you can give punishment. Coercive. So these are now nurses, your different nurses sources of power. So ulitin natin. Does all of your leaders have power? Yes. But does all of your leaders have authority? No. Sino nga ulit ang may authority? May posisyon o wala? Meron. Formal, informal? Formal. Now, the next question is, sabi natin, nurses, in management, you need to become a good leader. Do you agree? Yes or no? In management, you need to be a good leader. But question is being a good leader enough in management? Is being a good leader enough in management? No. Why? Because in management, aside from being a good leader, you also need to become a good manager. Magkaiba yun. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag po tayo. And being a good manager, you have to be able to utilize the different functions of management effectively. Question now is, how many functions of management do we have? How many functions of management do we have? Binanggit ko na yan kanina na nag-usap tayo tungkol sa management. How many functions of management do we have? Sumagot, inulit ko, wag matakot magkamali. How many functions of management do we have? 4. Ano yung 4 functions mo? Planning, organizing, directing, and controlling. But actually, makinig. It will depend, nurse, on the book that your BON are using. Unang tanong, how many BONs do we have? How many BONs do you have? 7. Nurses, you have 1 chairman, 6 members. So it will depend now on the resource material that your BON are using. Why? Because there are books that states that you have 4 functions of management: planning, organizing, directing, and controlling. But there are some resource material, nurses, that states that there are 5 functions of management. 5 functions includes planning, organizing, staffing, directing, and controlling. But either of which, both of them are correct. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Huwag kang mag-alala pagdating ng board. Hindi naman po yan paghahaluin ng BON mo. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayo? Maliwanag. Yes, pag 5 functions yan, doon mo makikita si nurses staffing sa options mo. Pero pag wala, automatic yung 4 yan. Attorney, pag 4 functions lang, saan po napupunta si staffing? Si staffing po ay napupunta kay organizing. So basically, they are the same. Nagkakaintindihan po tayo. Maliwanag. Maliwanag. Yes. Now my next question is, among the 4 functions of management, planning, organizing, directing, controlling, among these 4 functions, ano ang paboritong itanong ng BON? Among the 3 functions of management, ano ang paboritong itanong ng BON sa board exam? Planning, organizing, directing, or controlling? Planning, organizing, directing, or controlling? Actually, nurse, ang paborito ng BON mo is directing and controlling. Why? Kasi kay directing, nurse, dito pumapasok ang delegation. Tanong, nurses, marami bang question about delegation in the board? Yes or no? Yes. Plus, kay directing din pumapasok ang problem solving and decision making. Tanong, marami din ba yan sa board exam? Yes or no? Yes, nurses. Now, while controlling naman is your evaluation o question. Marami din bang evaluation question sa board? Yes or no? Yes. Kaya yung dalawang yan ang paboritong itanong ng BON sa board. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Kaya dyan sa dalawang dyan ako nagbibigay ng sagot. Dyan din ako nagbibigay ng kapangyarihan. Pero utang na loob, besh. Hindi po porke sinabi kong paborito yung dalawa. Wala nang lumalabas sa iba. Marami pa rin ba? Marami pa rin ba? Yes or no? Yes, nurses. That's why you have to understand all of your functions of management. And we are going to continue, nurses, on the first function, which is planning. O makinig ah. Kung leadership at leadership lang pinag-uusapan natin, yung binigay ko sa inyo, yun na yun. Doon lang usually nagpo-focus ang tanungan sa board. But always remember, in the actual board exam. The focus of the board will be more of nurses management rather than leadership. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag? Maliwanag? Yes. So after nurses the break, we will now continue with management per se. And we will start with the first function. And the first function is planning. Ay, o nga pala ha, I forgot to tell you. Baka mga hanggang 4:30 muna tayo ngayon ha. Kasi I still have class at 5. So para may ipahinga ko lang po saglit yung sarili ko. May 5 to 9 kasi ako ng isa pang klase. So 4:30 tayo ngayon, ganun din bukas. Now, the last day natin, hanggang 6 tayo. Okay. Maliwanag po tayo, ha? Maliwanag. Sige. Any question? Any question? Maliwanag tayo hanggang dito. Sige. So kung wala nang tanong, 1 hour lunch break. I will see you after 1 hour. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Sige po, paki-on na po yung mga cams natin. Okay, on na po yung mga cam. Sige, ready na po tayo, ha? Ready na po? Sige, kamusta ang lunch? Kamusta ang lunch? Kamusta po ang lunch ninyo? Nabusog. Mga hayop kayo. Shit, delikadong hayop ka, ha? Siguraduhin mong wala kang sakit sa baboy, buwisit ka. Yung mga tipong pagkatapos kumain, na susunod na gagawin, matutulog. Sasabunutan ko yung mga bulbul ninyo. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Again, this is the most conducive Nurses Day, nurses, for sleeping. So, kinakailangan mo tulungan ng iyong sarili. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayo? Maliwanag? Maliwanag po. Sige. So let's now, nurses, discuss now the first function of management. Sabi nga natin, the first function is no other than planning. Question now is, what is planning? Pag sinabi natin planning, nurse, planning is knowing where you are. Again, planning is knowing where you are, and where you want to be. Again, planning is knowing where you are and where you want to be. Knowing where you are and where you want to be. Again, knowing where you are and where you want to be. Pag sinabi natin knowing where you are and where you want to be, meaning, inaalam mo ba kung anong gusto mong mangyari? Yes or no? Yes. But before you can do that, nurse, you have to, nurses, look into first your present situation. You have to consider your present situation. Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes. Now, what's a very good example? Very good example. This is just like doing, nurses, your NCP. Inuulit ko. This is just like doing your NCP. What is again NCP? What is NCP? Nursing care plan. Question, in your nursing care plan, do you create the goals of care? In your nursing care plan, do you create the goals of care? Yes or no? Yes, but question is, before you can create the goals of care, what is the first thing that you need to do? Before you can create your goals of care, what is the first thing that you need to do? Oh, before you can create your NCP, what is the first thing that you need to do? Assess. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Question, do you need to assess first the condition of your patient? Yes or no? Yes. And that is that knowing where you are? Yes or no? Yes. And that is what we call planning. O question is, nurses, ano ngayon ang gusto kong tandaan ninyo? Nurses, when it comes to planning. When it comes to planning, nurse, always remember that there are actually two types of planning. Dalawa yan. One, nurses, is what we call your strategic planning. And the other one is what we call operational planning. Inuulit ko, there are two types of planning, nurse. One is what we call your strategic planning, and the other one is what we call operational planning. So let's start off with the strategic planning. Pag sinabi natin strategic, always remember, nurse, that strategic planning is also called as the long-term planning. Strategic planning is also called as the long-term planning. Pag sinabi kong long-term, Question, matagalan ba to? Yes, this is the type of planners that is usually implemented within 3 to 5 years. This is the type of plan that is usually implemented within 3 to 5 years. Again, this is the type of plan, nurses, that is usually implemented within 3 to 5 years. Now, pag sinabi natin 3 to 5 years, 3 to 5 years question, pang matagalan ba yan? Yes or no? Yes. Why, nurses? Why? Bakit mo nurses 3 to 5 years? Because this is also the type of plan that benefits the organization. Inuulit ko, this is the type of plan that benefits the organization. Ang tanong, anong organization? Maliit o malaki? Anong organization, nurse? Maliit o malaki? Malaki. So tanong, kaya ba dito ng mabilisan? No. Will it take time for you to be able to implement the plan? Yes. And what is the average? 3 to 5 years. Okay? Average is 3 to 5 years. As much as possible, it should not exceed 5 years. Why? Dahil pag nag-exceed na yan ng 5 years, baka wala na yung stakeholders mo. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag po tayo. Baka wala na yung stakeholders, baka wala na makikinabang, sayang lang ang plano mo. Kaya anong average? 3 to 5. So itin natin. Pag sinabi natin nurse strategic, long term or short term? Long term. Ilang years? 3 to 5. Ano nagbe-benefit? Organization. Now, my question is, since it is the organization that benefits from your long-term plan, next question is, who does your strategic planning? Question now is, who does the strategic planning? Oh, sige. Ano sumagot sa akin? Let's go back to your basic. Ulitin natin. How many types of leaders do we have? 2. What are 2 types of leaders? What are your 2 types of leaders? Formal and informal. Sino may posisyon? Formal. Nurses. So nurses, ilang level? 3. What are the 3 levels? Top, middle, first. Question, who focuses on the organization? Top. So therefore, who does your strategic planning? Who does the strategic planning? Top. In short, yung chief nurse mo, assistant chief nurse mo, nursing directors mo, sila ba ang nagpaplano kung ano ang mangyayari nurses sa loob ng nursing organization? Yes or no? Yes. So what type of plan do they usually do? What type of plan do they usually do? Strategic. Nagkakaintindihan na tayo. Maliwanag. Yes. So ulitin natin, pagsama natin strategic. Ulitin natin. Long term or short term? Long term or short term? Long term. Ilang years? 3 to 5. Ano nagbe-benefit? Organization. Therefore, sinong gumagawa? Top. Nagkakaintindihan tayo. So let's now proceed now with the nurses with your operational planning. Now, what is operational? Pag sinabi natin operational planning, nurse, operational planning is also called as the short-term planning. Again, operational planning is also called as a short-term planning. Pag sinabi kong short-term, question, nurses, mabilisan ba to? Yes or no? Yes. This is now the type of plan, nurses, that benefits the operations. So this is the type of plan that benefits the operations. Na kung mabilisan ito, this is usually the type of plan that is usually changed annually. This is the type of plan that is usually changed annually. So pag sinabi natin annual, question, taon-taon, pwede ba mabago ang plano? Yes or no? Yes! Nurses, at ano nagbe-benefit? Operations. Trabaho ba ang pinag-uusapan? Yes. No, very good example. Huwag na tayong lumayo. Very good example. Punta tayo sa school ninyo. Question. Sa school ninyo, nurses, may student council ba? Yes. Question. Yearly, ang student council ninyo, iba-iba ba? Yearly, ang student council, iba-iba ba? Yes. So yearly, ang project nila, iba-iba din ba? Yes. So what type of plan do they usually do? Operational. So itin natin. Pag sinabi natin operational. Long term or short term? Short term. Tuwing kailan binabago? Annually. Question. Pwede bang quarterly? Pwede bang quarterly? Yes. Pwede bang monthly? Yes. Pwede bang weekly? Yes. Why? Because it will depend on the operations. Depende sa trabaho. Nagkakaintindihan na tayo. Maliwanag. Yes. Sulitin natin. Pag sinabi nating nurses, again, nurses, operational. Again, what is operational? Long term or short term? Short term. Tuwing kailan binabago? Annually. Pwede bang monthly? Yes. Pwede bang weekly? Yes. Pwede bang daily? Yes. Ano nagbe-benefit? Ano nagbe-benefit? Operations. Therefore, sinong gumagawa? Ulitin natin. Nurses. How many levels of nurses? How many levels of formal leaders do we have? 3. What are 3 levels? Top, middle, first. Who focuses on the organization? Top. Who focuses on the operations? First. Therefore, who does your operational planning? First. In short, yung head nurse mo, yung unit manager mo, sila bang nagpaplano kung anong mangyayari sa loob ng ward? Yes or no? Yes. So what type of plan do they usually do? Operational. So ulitin natin. Pag sinabi natin operational. Nurses, long term or short term? Short term. Tuwing kailan binabago? Annually. Pwede bang quarterly? Yes. Pwede bang nurses monthly? Yes. Pwede bang weekly? Yes. Pwede bang daily? Yes. Ano nagbe-benefit? Operations. Therefore, sinong gumagawa? First. Nagkakaintindihan. Sulitin natin. Pag sinabi natin long-term nurses, pag sinabi natin 2 types of planning, what are again the 2 types of planning? What are the 2 types of planning? Strategic and anong formal, informal, sa sabunutan ko yung bulbul mo. Hindi ka nakapag-move on sa sabunutan kita dyan. Ulitin natin. What are the 2 types of planning? Strategic and operational. Pag sinabi natin strategic, ulitin natin. Long term or short term? Long term. Ilang years? 3 to 5. Ano nagbe-benefit? Organization. Therefore, sinong gumagawa? Top. Pag sinabi natin operational, long term or short term? Short term. Tuwing kailan binabago? Annually. Pwede bang monthly? Yes. Pwede bang weekly? Yes. Pwede bang daily? Yes. Ano nagbe-benefit? Operations. Therefore, sinong gumagawa? First. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayo? Now, the next question is, so alam mo na you have 2 types of planning. The next question is it easy to create a plan? Is it easy, nurse, to create a plan? Yes or no? Yes or no? No. That's why nurses, when it comes to planning, nurses, there are certain activities that we have to do during planning. O sige, matanong ko, gusto mo bang pumasa ng board? Yes. Do you want to answer the board exam correctly? Yes. Do you want to answer Palmer correctly in the board? Yes. O makinig makinig. In Palmer, one of the things that you should not forget here are the definition of terms. Inuulit ko, one of the things that you should not forget are your definition of terms. Why? Because sometimes, nurse, the question in the board are very vague. Sa sobrang vague ng tanong, nurses, nurses, your definition of terms can lead you to correct answers. Nagkakaintindihan ba? May kausap ba ako? Sometimes the question are very objective. So your definition of terms can also lead you to correct answers. Nagkakaintindihan. Now, sa Palmer yan ha. Sa ibang subject mo, kung hindi ganun ka-importante ang definition of terms mo, well, sa Palmer, important yan. Now, in LM now specifically, kay LM, aside from the definition of terms, another thing that you should not forget are the activities done in each of the function. Another thing that you should not forget are the activities done in each of the function. You should not forget, nurse, the activities done in each of the function. Why? Kasi nga uulitin ko, sometimes the question in the board are very vague. Sa sobrang vague ng tanong, hindi mo na alam kung nasan ka. Why? Hindi kasi binabanggit yung function ni management, hindi siya binabanggit. But if you do know what is happening in each of the function, you can identify the function of management. Then, you can also answer the board exam correctly. Nagkakaintindihan po tayo. Maliwanag? Yes. Now, so nurses, ulitin ko ha, in Palmer, never forget your definition of terms. In LM specifically, aside from the definition, do not forget the activities. Now, one of the activities that we need to do during nurses planning is for you to perform the what we call a sure SWOT analysis. One of the things that you should do in nurses planning is for you to perform the what we call a sure SWOT analysis. Now, what is SWOT analysis? Pag sinabi nating SWOT, nurses, S nurses stands for? What does S stands for? What does S stands for? Strengths. W. W. Weaknesses. O. Opportunities. And T. And T. Threats. So if you're going nurses to nurses, create a good plan. So you have to analyze your SWOT. You have to know your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Very good example. Very good example, nurse. Kunyari, magtatayo ka ng business. Question, nurses, gusto bang yumaman? Gusto bang yumaman? Yes. Now, nurses, ito ang tatandaan ha. Kung gusto mong yumaman, walang ordinaryong empleyado ang yumayaman. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Walang ordinaryong empleyado ang yumayaman. Unless of course, kung nagtatrabaho ka sa BIR o customs, nagkakaintindihan. Maliwanag ba tayo, nurses? So again, kung ordinaryong empleyado ka, hindi ka yayaman. So kung gusto mong yumaman, you have to learn how to put up a business. You save, nurses, from your salary, from your savings, you put up a business, mag-invest ka sa business. Pero, while nurses, tatandaan mo, wag na wag kang magtatayo ng business, mag-i-invest na hindi mo alam, na hindi ka sigurado. Nagkakaintindihan. Bakit? Maluloko ka lang, malulugi ka lang. Nagkakaintindihan. So you have to analyze your SWOT. O for example now, nurse, ang gusto mong business na itayo, karinderya. Kunyari, gusto mong business na itayo, karinderya. Karinderyang bukas sa lahat ng gustong kumain. In short, 24 hours na karinderya. Nurses, now, wag niyo mamatayin ng karinderya ha. Marami nagsimula sa karinderya, nagiging restaurants. Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes. At usually sa pagkain, walang lugi. Do you agree? Yes, lalo na sa mga patay gutom na tulad mo. Do you agree, yes or no? Yes. O nurses, o kunyari magtatayo ka ng karinderya. Question, bago ka magtayo ng karinderya, kailangan bang alamin mo muna kung may strength ka? Yes or no? Yes. Masarap kang magluto, strength mo ba yan? Yes. Marami kang alam na po tayo, strength mo ba yan? Yes. Masarap ang luto mo, strength mo ba yan? Yes. Maganda ang presentation ng luto mo, strength mo ba yan? Yes. Kaso nga lang, Besh, ang problema mo, mahadera ka, laitera ka. Bago umorder sa yung customer mo, nilalait mo muna siya, best mula ulo hanggang paa. Pagdating yan ng cashier, busog na siya. O question, strength yan or weakness mo? Strength yan or weakness mo? Weakness. Pero sakto naman, Besh, nurses, nung magtatayo ka ng karinderya, may nakita kang pwesto, Bes? May nakita kang pwesto, corner lot. Corner lot. Katabi nitong terminal ng jeep, terminal ng bus, terminal ng taxi, terminal nurses ng bisikleta, terminal ng kalesa, nurses, lahat ng terminal nandito na. Question, opportunity yan or threat? Opportunity. Yun nga lang ang problema mo. Doon sa nakita mong nurses na pwesto ng karinderya, marami na rin katabing karinderya. O tanong, yung katabi mong karinderya, opportunity or threat? Threat. Ang kaibigan mo, opportunity or threat? Huwag ka munang sumagot, hayop ka, FO kayo niyan. Depende yan sa klase ng kaibigan. Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes, kung ang kaibigan mo nurse, mayaman, galante, RK ang kaibigan mo, lahat ng makitang tao, nililibre. Question, opportunity or threat? Opportunity. Eh paano kung halimbawa yung kaibigan mo ngayon, dukha na, hampas lupa na, patay gutom na, utang pa. O question, opportunity or threat? Threat. So ulitin natin, do you need to analyze your SWOT? Yes or no? Yes. So what is what? What is S? Strengths. W. Weaknesses. O. Opportunities. And T. Threats. Nagkakaintindihan. So in short, kung gagawa ka ng business, do you need to analyze your SWOT? Yes or no? Yes. Nagkakaintindihan. Wait lang po sandali lang. So ulitin natin again, nurses. Do you need to analyze your SWOT? Yes or no? Yes. Oh, my question now is, you have already analyzed your SWOT. You have already analyzed your SWOT. Question, are you done with planning? Once you have already analyzed your SWOT, tanong, are you done with planning? Not yet. Anong gusto kong tandaan ninyo? Always remember, nurses, for you nurses, to nurses and nurses, for you to do planning, one of the things that you should not forget in planning is for you nurses to utilize what we call as your planning formula. In planning, you also need to use what we call as your planning formula. Attorney, formula, patay tayo dyan. Hindi po ako magaling sa math. Huwag kang mag-alala. Kasi ito po yung formula na hindi number ang pinag-uusapan. Nagkakaintindihan ba? Maliwanag ba? These are actually questions, nurse. These are actually questions that you need nurses to answer in order for you to create a good plan. At ano ang mga tanong na kailangan mong sagutin? O very good example. Sige, matanong ko po kayo. Sino po sa inyo dito sa school ninyo may mga org? Do you agree? Sa school may org, yes or no? Yes. O tanong, sino pong member ng org? Sino member ng org? ko. Ilan lang ang kausap ko. O sige, ito na lang. Hayop ka. High school. High school. O question, naalala pa ba? Naalala pa ba nung high school ka? Yes. O question, nung high school ka, nurses, pumasok ba sa club? Yes daw. O hayop ka. Ano ka dito? Nurses, dancer o bouncer? Sagot ka ng sagot. Intindihin mo yung tanong kung bullshit ka. O question, sumali ba sa club? Sumali ba sa club? Yes. O question is, nung sumali kayo sa club, tanong, nag-meeting ba ang club? Nag-meeting ba ang club, nurses? Yes. Question is, paano mo nalaman may meeting? Paano mo nalaman may meeting? Nagulat na lang ba kayo? Nandoon na kayong lahat? Oh my God, nandito tayong lahat, may meeting. Oh, paano mo nalaman may meeting? Announcement. Very good. Ano nakasulat sa announcement? Ano nakasulat sa announcement? Anong may meeting? Sasabunutan ko yung bulbul mong hayop ka. Eh di ba ulit-ulit lang tayo. Ano nakasulat sa announcement? Meeting. Sasabunutan kita dyan. O nurses, ano nakasulat sa meeting? What? Where? When? Those are the exact questioners in the planning formula. So ano yung mga tanong na kailangan mo sagutin? The first questioners is the question what? What action is necessary? What action is necessary? Ano ang kailangan ninyong gawin? Another questioners is the question where? Where will it take place? Where will it take place? Saan ninyo gagawin? Another questioners is the question who? Who will do it? Who will do it? Sorry, hindi pa yan. When muna tayo. Okay, another question is the question when. When will it take place? When will it take place? Kailan ninyo gagawin? Another questioners is the question who? Who will do it? Who will do it? Sino ang gagawa? And the last questioners is the question how? How will it be done? How will it be done? Paano ninyo gagawin? So these are now the questions, nurse, in the planning formula. This includes the questions what? What action is necessary? Where will it take place? When will it take place? Who will do it? And the question how will it be done? Tanong, nurses, nung kayo ay nurses nag-meeting sa club, ito bang mga tanong na to'y sinagot? Sinagot pa itong mga tanong na to? Yes or no? Yes. Kaya tip in the board exam. Basta tinanong ka sa board, basta nakita mo sa itang meeting. Always remember, if you see the word meeting, in the meeting, what you usually do is planning. So dapat alam mo kung nasang nurses function ka. When you see the word meeting, nasang function ka ng management? Planning. Nagkakaintindihan ba? O tanong, itong mga tanong na to, sinagot ba? Yes or no? Yes. But what do I want you to remember now, nurse? Always remember that the planning formula is not only useful inside the organization. Meaning, nurses, hindi lang to nagagamit sa loob ng organization. Kahit sa pang-araw-araw nyong buhay, basta it involves planning. Will the planning formula be very useful? Yes or no? Yes. Very good example.